I just disagree with the magistrate who said it warrants. Why don't you do it? Cloaking the bear, see? Careful. There's a barrier there.
All right, good morning, everybody. If you could please take your seats, we're going to call to order the City of West Palm Beach Special Magistrate hearing. Today is April 7th, 2021. My name is Keith Davis. I'm the Special Magistrate appointed by the city to preside over today's agenda. Again, folks, if you have discussions, if you could take them outside, please, so they don't interrupt our proceedings. Otherwise, please take a seat. If you're going to be testifying today, I need to swear everybody in. If you'll please stand and raise your right hands if you'll be testifying. Thank you. Do each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. You can have a seat. For respondents, when your case is called, please come to the podium to my right. The city will present its case first. I'll hear testimony and receive evidence from the city. There may be documents or photographs which will appear on the screen. You'll have an opportunity to look at those. Once the city has concluded its presentation and made any recommendations, I'll then hear from the respondent. You'll have an opportunity to tell me anything additional that you have to tell me about your case. If you have additional photographs or documents, that will be the time to produce those. Once I've heard everything from both sides, I will in all likelihood enter an order that resolves the matter in some form or fashion today. That is generally how we will proceed. Why don't we go ahead and get started with, I think, what are we doing, the construction service cases first? Let's go ahead and do those, and then we'll take the folks who signed in.
Matter number 1, case number CE 2011-0004, case address 1771 Cityside Drive.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Richard McCoy. I'm with the City of West Palm Beach Building Inspector. Okay. So this property was red tagged. It was issued on 10/27/2021. They installed road spikes without a permit. And there should be some pictures somewhere. The affidavit was posted on 3/24/21. And it was, the NOV was mailed, regular mail and certified mail on 3/24/21. The city's asking for 30 days and $25 a day after that.
All right, do we have anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? It does not appear that we do. However, with the posting and the certified mail, the city has proper service. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation. Did you say 30 days? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I thought, 30 days to comply. After that, we will assess daily fines of $25 per day until compliance is achieved. Thank you.
Matter number 5, case number CE 2003-0302, case address 4117 Heath Circle South.
Good morning, Dan Kempa, City West Palm Building Inspector. This case has been ongoing, and the mechanical inspector has been there to look at the work. The permit has been issued. There was a problem with the mechanical contractor on his installation. He made alterations to the roof trussing, and the owner is going back and forth with them, trying to get them to repair that and get an engineer's report. The citation stop work order was originally issued on 3/14/20, so the city would ask that 30 days to comply with a final inspection on the open permit.
When was your notice of violations, certified mail, and posting?
Can you read that? Hold on.
Well, you noticed the violation. It's there. Here we go.
3/19/21 was the notice of violation. The posting was done by registered mail,
Same date.
3/19/21. And the property was posted by me physically on,
Well, that's at
12/10.
But that's 12/10/20
Right.
for the original posting. But your notice was 3/19/21. Do you have another posting?
No.
This affidavit? Do you see your affidavit of posting in your
Oh, okay,
files?
okay.
And what is the date of that affidavit of posting?
Affidavit of posting was March 24th, 2021.
Okay, and I interrupted the amount of days that you're asking to provide and the amount of fine per day if it does not come into compliance. What is that?
30 days, $100 a day.
Thank you.
Sounds like for notice, we have a returned certified mail, and then property was also posted.
That is
Yes.
correct.
Okay. And do we have anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? All right, we do not, but with the notice documentation, it's in the record, the city does have proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence in this case, I will find that the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation to allow the respondent 30 additional days to comply by closing out the permit that remains open. Compliance is not achieved in that time. Daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 6, case number CE 2103-0200, case address 837 Lytle Street.
This case was for a addition of a front porch. Notice of violation was on 9/21 of 19. Property was posted on 3/25 of 2021, and notification was sent by registered mail. This permit has been applied for over a year. And additional information was requested from the homeowner. So at this point, the city would ask for 30 days to comply with both 105.1 and 110.3 Florida Building Code, or $100 a day fine.
I just want to make sure I understand. So the permit was applied for over a year ago, and
Yeah.
the city's requested additional information, which has not been received, so the permit's never been issued.
Correct.
Okay. Is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? There is not, but with the posting and the certified mail, the city has proper service. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow the respondent 30 additional days to bring the property into compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 7, case number CE 2002-0300, case address 839 31st Street.
Okay, I'm Richard McCoy with the City of West Palm Beach, Building Inspector.
Mr. McCullough, can I get you a little closer to the microphone so I can hear a little better? Thank you.
That better?
Thank you, yes.
Okay. Building Inspector, let's see, this property was red tagged on 2/18/2020. The permit was applied for on 3/18/2020. and picked up on 8/21/2020. There has been no activity since then. We received an email from the homeowner. He has been worried about COVID and doesn't want anybody in his house. So the city is requesting 90 days and then $50 a day after that. He was the notice of violation was sent to him certified mail and regular mail on 3/21/21, and the affidavit was posted on 3/11/21.
So we have a permit that's been issued, they just haven't finished the work because
He
of what you
doesn't want
testified
anybody in his
regarding.
house, basically.
Do we have anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? Yes, sir, come on up to the podium. Were you placed under oath when I swore everybody in?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about
Yeah,
the
it's
case.
Thomas Ferguson, 839 31st Street, West Palm Beach. Yeah, I actually called the inspector there also to explain the situation, and yeah, I need to call for permits for, no, not for permits, for inspections.
Inspections, yeah.
And I wasn't as comfortable because I've been working from home since actually from August. But the 90 days extension should be fine. I have my vaccination scheduled, so I'm comfortable in 90 days. I'll have to be ready to be in compliance.
Okay, and I have certainly no objection to allowing the 90 days to happen. I think that that's reasonable as well. So, all right, I appreciate you being here and letting me know that, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, respondent is present. The city has proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'm going to allow the respondent 90 additional days to complete the inspection process to get the property in compliance. If compliance is not achieved within the 90 days, there will be daily fines of $50 per day until compliance is achieved. Okay, thank you very much.
Sir, you want a copy of your order for today? Have a good day. Case number 8, case number CE 2101-0324, case address 3119 Windsor Avenue.
Richard McCoy with City of West Palm Beach, building inspector. This property was red tagged on 1/25/2021. The affidavit was posted on 3/11/2021. Excuse me. The NOV was sent out registered mail and regular mail and certified mail on 3/11/2021. The city's asking for 60 days and $25 a day after that.
What's this permitting status? Has the permit been applied for or nothing at all? Okay.
No, wait. No, I don't believe so.
Is there anybody here on behalf of the
Oh, no,
respondent for this case?
Yeah, no, they have not applied yet, as of yet.
I beg your pardon?
They have not applied.
Nothing, okay. And we don't have a respondent present, but with the certified mail and the posting, the city has proper service of the violation and of today's hearing. Based on the evidence and the testimony, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation to allow the respondent 60 additional days to comply. Thereafter, $25 per day daily fines will be assessed until compliance is achieved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matter number 17, case number CE 2009-0033, case address 3111 South Dixie Highway.
Good morning. Attilio Belisle, Inspector for the City of West Palm Beach. Stop work order was initially issued on August 31st of 2020. We received notice of violation was mailed out on 3/11 of 21, sent by regular mail and certified mail. They've obtained several permits since then. However, they still do need to obtain the permits for the RPZ backflow devices that have been installed. The city's requesting for 30 days to obtain all permits. After that, $100 a day.
So the permit to install the device that was shown in the picture still has not been,
Yeah, still has not been obtained.
okay. Have they applied for it?
They haven't.
Haven't even applied for it, okay. So you're looking for 30 days for them to apply for the permit?
Yeah, and get issued. It's usually a turnaround permit too. It's
Okay.
not, that's not that complicated.
Okay. Is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? Does not appear that there is, but the city has proper notice with certified mail and posting. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'm going to accept the city's recommendation, allow 30 additional days for the respondent to apply for and obtain the required permit for the backflow device. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Case number 18, CE 21020006, case address 239 Bunker Ranch Road.
Attilio Belisle, inspector for the city of West Palm Beach. Property was initially cited on January 30th, 2021. We received notice of violation was mailed out on 3/11 of 21 through regular mail and certified mail. The property, no permits have been obtained or applied for this property. City's requesting 90 days. After that, $250 a day.
It looks like they need every permit under the sun according to the
Yes.
notice. Was this like a complete renovation?
Yes,
Okay. And no permits at all?
none.
All right. Is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? All right. I will find proper notice. I will find, based on the evidence and the testimony, that the property remains in violation as cited. I will accept the city's recommendation, allow an additional 90 days for the respondent to obtain the necessary permits. Thereafter, daily fines of $250 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Number 19, case number CE 21020026, case address 3058 Safflower Circle.
There's a respondent here for this property. City of West Palm Beach, Inspector Attilio Belisle. A stop work order was initially issued on February 1st of 2021. The property, the notice of violation was mailed out on 3/11 of 21 via regular mail and certified mail. The property has applied for the building permit. They still need to go through the review process and obtain the plumbing and gas permits. City's requesting for 30 days. After that, $100 a day.
Did you say 60 days?
30 days.
I didn't hear.
30 days.
30, thank you. All right. Is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? Come on up, sir. Did I swear you in when I put everybody under oath?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
Emmanuel Todorov, representing the Ira and Dawn Berman. I'm the contractor on the site, their pool contractor. We have applied for permit, but it seems that, and also a permit, an expedited permit, but it could be more than 30 days. So if the city holds it up, it's not supposed to be more than 30 days, but it could be. So therefore, we need to close it out ASAP. I understand that, but we're basically at the mercy of the issuance of that permit.
Was there a
So
reason
I don't think 30 days would be.
Let me ask the city, if the respondent proceeds in good faith, applies for the permit as soon as we finish with this hearing today, do you
None.
see any issue with getting the permit issued within 30 days?
No, it's a simple process. They can get it.
Well, permit's been applied for, and it's in the city.
Was there any plumbing related work to this violation that was performed?
No, and Flamingo Plumbing is still to get their permit for the backflows and for their sink hookup. That has not been applied for yet.
Those need to be obtained as well.
Correct.
So what is your request?
60 days, please.
You're asking for 60 days.
Yes, sir.
What's the city's position on that?
City will accept.
Okay. If the city has no objection, I will allow the 60 days in this case. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, I do find proper notice in this case with the notice documents that are in the file. Based on the evidence and the testimony, I find the property remains in violation as cited. I will allow the respondent 60 additional days to bring the property into compliance. Thereafter, I will accept the city's recommendation to assess daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved. Okay, thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Matter number 63, case number CE 21030319, case address 401136 Court.
Magistrate, I wasn't sworn in when you initially did it.
Okay, just 1 second. You said 6-3, right? Got it, okay. All right, if you'll raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, you can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was originally cited on March 15, 2021. Certified mail was sent out March 16, 2021. It was received March 23rd, 2021. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted on March 25th, 2021. I've had contact with the property manager, who I believe is here. They were originally cited for 34-102-A during a clean sweep that we were doing. As of Monday, the property is still out of compliance. The city's asking for 10 days or $150 a day thereafter.
How many vehicles are we talking about?
Initially, there were at least 10 vehicles. As of Monday, there were still 4 vehicles on the property that were inoperative.
Okay, let me hear from the respondent. Yes, sir. Go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
Good morning. My name is Ben Noon. I'm the property manager of 4011 36 Court.
Yes, sir.
We received the violation on March 15. Already 6 vehicles been towed from the property. The other 4, I wasn't aware that I need to even check the car sticker to make sure that they're not expired. I communicate with the tenant. It should be resolved in the next 48 hours.
Okay, so the city is recommending 10 additional days. You shouldn't have any trouble taking care of it within that time.
Yeah, we'll take care of it.
For 48 hours is better, but I have no problem giving you the 10 days. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me, sir? All right, thank you. Then I do find proper notice in this case. I find the property remains in violation as cited, and I will accept the city's recommendation to allow 10 additional days to bring the property into compliance, but thereafter I will assess daily fines of $150 per day until compliance is achieved. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Matter number 35, case number CE 21020286, case address 4915 Pinewood Avenue.
City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance, Officer Watkins. This property was cited on February the 19th. Certified mail was sent February the 19th. Certified mail was received February the 22nd. This property was cited for 18-106A, 18-106M, 78-6, and 94-442, C-1. All other items have come into compliance except for 18-106M, which is maintaining landscape. And the landscape at hand is the swell just to the northwest side of the property itself.
What is your recommendation in this case?
After speaking with the owner this morning, 2 weeks to bring the property into compliance, or $25 per day after.
So the only violation is the 18106A? Is that-
18-106M.
I'm sorry, 18,
Sorry, 18106-M, which is maintaining landscape.
oh, okay. All right, let me hear from the respondent. Sir, if you can tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
My name is Daniel Pencott. Address is 4915 Pinewood Avenue. I received this violation notice February 19. I took care of all the violation away from in the swale. That is not my property. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair for me to cut the grass or do anything to be on the fence, because that ain't none of my property. So I take care of everything away from that.
Well, if you're, I'm not understanding. You're saying it's not your property?
No, it's not my property. It's beyond the fence, outside on the road. I take care of everything inside my property already. I took care of all that violation inside the property. That property is a city property. The city is supposed to take care of that, not me. Because I live at that house 31 years. June 5th this year make 31 years, and I never cut that grass. I never do nothing to that grass. So I don't see why, the city always cut that grass, so I don't see why they want me to cut it now. I don't think that's my responsibility.
Okay, so you're of the belief that the property that's in the swale is not for you to take care of?
No, it's not my
Let me have the
property,
city
no.
respond to that, because I'm not sure that
But
that's
the-
accurate.
After speaking with Public Works, the city cuts right there on Pinewood and the swell, but they don't cut going on the 49th Street, heading towards the train tracks.
Okay.
And that was a portion that was.
So that's what we're talking about?
Yep.
Okay. Do you understand what the difference is, sir?
No, I don't understand why they don't cut the whole thing on 49th Street. I don't know if you can tell me why they don't cut the whole thing, because they're supposed to cut the whole thing. They want me to cut the one on 49th Street. They cut the one on Pinewood now, and they want me to cut the one on 49th Street.
Well, that's not the city's position, and I don't believe that that's what the code requires either. Now, I'm happy to give you the 2 weeks to get this into compliance. I don't have any problem with that.
So why should I cut it and this ain't my property? That's what I'm asking. Why should I cut it? It ain't my property, it's the city property. It ain't my property.
Is there
Well,
any?
Property is
I
4915
know that-
Pinewood.
Again, I'm not going to get into a debate and an argument with you, sir. If the city would like to
I
respond
know
to
that in
you
the
may,
city
but-
code, the swell upkeep is the sole of the landowner itself. If it's the adjacent swell, which is right in front or to the side, it's up to the landowner. The same thing if there was a car parked on the swell, we don't cite the city, we cite the property owner, which is adjacent from it, which is right in the front or on the side.
And that's my understanding as well, so. Again, I'm not going to debate the matter with you, but if you have any further questions about what you need to do to get into compliance, you're welcome to speak with
So
Mr.
what
Watkins
is I need to do?
offline.
What is I need to do?
I beg your pardon?
What is I need to do? Because I say I don't think it's fair for me to cut that grass outside there or maintain it. It's not my property. It's not my property.
I'm going to let Mr. Watkins tell you exactly what needs to happen for for this to be brought into compliance one last time, and then I'm going to enter my order.
Yeah, well, I spoke to him about there. It just needs to be cut and the trash just needs to be picked up. Other than that, he doesn't have to lay any grass or anything like that, and it'll be in compliance.
Okay. Did you hear what Mr. Watkins said?
If I do that, no, that's going to be my responsibility all the time. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Again, I'm not going to, you've been explained what is required of you, sir, in order to bring this out of compliance. I understand you disagree, but I'm sorry about
What you
that.
say, I'm supposed to clean it, right? I'm supposed to clean it. That's what you're saying?
You have to speak more clearly, sir. I didn't understand you.
I said, what you say, I'm supposed to clean it? In the swale, I'm supposed to clean it?
That's what Mr. Watkins just said, yes.
That's crazy.
All right. In this case, I am going to find proper notice. The respondent is present. I will find, based on the testimony and the evidence, that the property has complied with the citation, the code section cited in the notice, with the exception of City Code Section 18106M, which remains in violation. I will accept the city's recommendation in this case, allow an additional 2 weeks for the respondent to comply. Thereafter, I will assess daily fines of $25 per day until compliance is achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This matter wasn't on the agenda, but at a previous hearing, it was in order that it would be reset to today's hearing. So I'll call it as other matter number 11.
Okay.
Case number CE 21010044, 632 Hibiscus Street.
Okay. All right, so we continued this to today.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Michael Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. As stated, this property is here for a status hearing. The respondents are here to provide an update in terms of what has been accomplished, and they've run into what looks like some difficulty in terms of who's responsible for some aspects of what was cited. Generally speaking, there was an issue with the artificial turf and the swell maintenance, sod, some sprinkler system issues as well.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
You're talking me through, and I'm looking at the pictures.
Right,
This is over by
exactly.
City Place, right?
Right, yes, exactly. Now, that said, there seems to be some ambiguity, again, in terms of who's responsible for what. We've spoken to Eric Schneider in Planning and Zoning, Angelo Van Jones, Chris Rug, and some other individuals here with the city that we were hoping might be able to shed some additional light on who'd be responsible for some aspects of what has been cited. But nevertheless, there's still some gaps in some of the facts. But as I said, respondents are here to provide some update in terms of what they know, also what has been accomplished thus far.
Okay, let's hear from respondents. Good morning.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm Harriet Freeman, and I have to correct the record and your order. I'm not here representing the respondent, City Place Retail. I'm here representing the courtyards in City Place. And I guess we would be considered an interested party.
Yeah, and I think I remember that from,
Yeah.
you were here the last time, and I remember you weren't actually the respondent, but you were.
Right, but your order, if we could correct your order, because it says that I am number 3, the owner's respondents, Harriet Ray Freeman, appeared at the hearing.
We'll correct that. Yes, we'll
Okay, thank you.
make
Thank
that reflect that you were present, but not on behalf of the respondent.
Right. And
Okay.
City Place Retail is not here today. We had expected them to be here up until yesterday. And I would like our property manager, Anthony DiMartino, to explain what has gone on between City Place Retail and the courtyards to correct this problem, because he's the one that's been dealing with them directly.
All right, and did I swear you? I think you
Yes,
both
you
were
did.
here when I swore everybody in. Okay,
Yes, you
go ahead
did,
and tell me your name and address, sir, and then you can proceed.
Good morning. I'm Todd Anthony DiMartino. I'm the property manager of the Courtyards in City Place. And this violation was handed to our front desk of our office. I don't represent City Place Retail LLC, which it was made out to be to in New York City, but I am representing the community that's adjacent to the sidewalk and that swale. Now, what I found out is when I was talking to the developer of the related group, which is City Place Retail LLC, they're the ones that own that area, or they have been maintaining it since the association turned over. There was a developer turnover back in late 2004. And since then, they have the landscape contract, they have the irrigation contract. If there was any issues with that swale area, they would take care of it. But it sounds like they haven't taken care of it in a very long time. They did have people come out over the last couple of weeks, irrigation companies and landscape companies, to trim the trees, to add irrigation. Nothing will be able to live in that area because of the shade trees and the lack of irrigation, proper working irrigation. Again, they had the irrigation contract and the landscaping contract. They did go out to bid. They did tell me that they were going to give me the proposal of what they're willing to do to bring today. And with a phone call yesterday, they said their legal counsel has advised them not to do that. They no longer want to be responsible for that area. And I mentioned to them that they've always been responsible. They said, we agree, but going forward, we no longer want to be responsible due to we have an outstanding lawsuit for a trip and fall. The swale area is negatively affecting the sidewalk area. And there we have an open litigation, open slip and fall case that we're involved in and they're involved in. So they feel that if they maintain, update that swale area that's also negatively affecting the sidewalk, then they're going to be on the hook for not only this slip and fall case that's been open, I think it's since 2017, but also any future slip and fall cases.
Which, Your Honor, this is really important for this whole issue to get resolved, because the tree
Let me get you a
roots-
little closer to the microphone.
Because the tree roots are upping the sidewalk, and it's
Okay.
a public hazard, it's a public safety. And the sidewalks aren't being maintained. We've never maintained the sidewalks. It's always either been related or the city. I don't know which one. And I was told yesterday that we can't just take out the hardwood trees, because they're hardwood trees. So this problem, this also plays into the fact that Related doesn't want to take responsibility for the swales, because then they have to deal with the tree issues. So, and they're not here again today. We haven't, like, I personally have not even talked with them. They don't want to talk with me.
Okay.
And like I said, we're not really the respondent, but we have an interest in this whole matter, obviously.
So, yeah, and let me go back to Mr. Williams. And we do need to correct the previous order to indicate that Ms. Freeman, while she was present, did not represent the respondent, but I believe I found that you had proper notice for that hearing with your certified mail and posting. So the question would be for today, did we get proper notice to the respondent for today's hearing?
That I do not know. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Your Honor,
To be honest with you.
shouldn't your order be proper notice? Because in your order, you
The order
had-
would be, but I need to know that they received it.
Oh, we know they received it. don't we?
Your Honor, the only way they received it was I scanned it and emailed it to them. But they didn't get,
Well, we don't know that New York didn't get
yeah,
it.
we don't know about New York, if they received it up there. But it looks like it was sent to New York, and then also I scanned it and emailed it to them so they can continue the maintenance and the improvement of that area.
Okay.
Magistrate, our office would have mailed an order to the address as listed on PAPA for the respondent.
Do we
From the
have
last time
certified
we were
mail
here.
or posting? Do we have the normal notice
For
evidence
this
in
hearing,
this case?
for this hearing,
For this,
that-
yeah, I'm talking about for today. I think we had it for
Right.
The
Yes,
previous
this-
one,
Right,
but I'm not sure
absolutely.
about, I'm not sure about today yet.
I am being told that no.
Yeah, but they should have gotten it because and she's saying it was mailed to them.
They should have certified proof.
So when a hearing is continued, you have to have additional notice and the order isn't sufficient?
No, again, this order, this document would suffice as long as it was sent
Okay. well, I thought-
correctly. That's what we're trying to work through at the moment.
Thank you.
And the law requires notice to be sent in a certain way.
Okay.
The last order, which had the date of this hearing, would have been sent by regular mail.
So I'm not sure that we have proper notice for the respondent for this status hearing.
So slow.
So let's put the notice issue aside for just a moment. And I don't want to go too far down the road if we're not comfortable that we have notice, but it still sounds like there's more questions than answers on this one. Again, notice aside, what's the city's, do you have a recommendation on how you want to proceed with this? I'm not sure that I'm, based on what I've heard today, prepared to start assessing daily fines.
Well, I don't see any issue that the city is supposed to be maintaining that particular area.
Okay.
I think that that is between Related and the association. And I know what Ms. Freeman has indicated, and I know what Mr. DiMartino has just indicated. I think that, we've tried to find people in the city who might have information that they can offer or information that they remember, but we've just not uncovered anything that indicates that the city would be responsible. I know that Ms. Freeman had submitted some emails at the last hearing, but I don't think that's dispositive that it is incumbent on the city to take care of this particular area. So, admittedly, it's a thorny area. I know they seem to be caught in the middle.
Well, I'd really love to have the respondent here
Yeah.
and obviously I can't force them to come, but I'm not comfortable that we have proper notice for this hearing today. So what I would like to do, and I really appreciate you folks being here at the last hearing and today, but I think for purposes of due process, I'd like to let's re-notice this hearing by certified mail and posting the property or whatever method the city feels is legally appropriate. But let's, to the respondent, I understand we're getting other folks here, but we need to make sure the respondent has proper notice. And we'll do it on my next agenda, and if they're here, great. If they're not and we have proper notice,
Okay.
then at that time, I will be happy to enter the appropriate order that provides the remedy that everyone's requesting.
Okay. Mr. DiMartino, if you can work with Mr. Williams on the name of the related contact that you've been working with and some of those appropriate names, that would be fantastic.
Okay.
And if you could leave your contact information with Mr. Williams for me, that would
Yes.
also be very helpful. I appreciate it.
Right. And Your Honor, if you could add the courtyards to the service list, because I had a really hard time getting the final order. I had to go through.
I'm sorry.
Could you add the courtyards to the service list to be to receive any of the orders?
I have no objection to that. I'll let the city
We'll make sure that,
handle that.
that we can get a copy to Ms. Freeman. Ms. Freeman, do you have your business card?
Yes, I do. I'll give it to you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, folks. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. In your honor, can I just add one thing about the irrigation?
Yes, sir.
The irrigation controls are, and maybe this would help with who's responsible. They're not on our property. I was told that they're 2 blocks north of us. So
Okay.
I don't know if that's the city, because there's no water, so the pumps get turned on manually and then they run it. I was told, depends on who you talk to, some people tell me that the city does run the irrigation 2 blocks north of us. And others have told me that the related group does. So we have no control over the system. It's not on our property.
Sure. Okay, I appreciate that additional information.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you, sir.
All right, let's, we'll do this one again
Right.
with the proper notice the next time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's May 5th. It's the next agenda. Next one he's on. Matter number 16, case number CE 21030388, case address 704 35th Street.
Did you say 16? Okay. Mr. Patrick, good morning. Go ahead whenever you're
Hey, good
ready.
morning. Joe Petrick, West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This repeat violation case is reference to a single-family residence that had an inoperable vehicle on the property in violation of Code Section 34102A. This is the second repeat violation within 2 years. It appears that the tenant is working on and repairing cars on the property on a regular basis. At the last repeat violation hearing from 2020, the respondent was issued a fine of $100 a day. That fine remains unpaid, and the lien on the property remains. There's a recorded lien that remains unpaid from a 2019 case from unrelated code violations to 34102A. Additionally, the property was recently cited for not having a valid rental license for the property. That case is pending hearing. I first observed this repeat violation on March 10th. The property was issued a repeat violation notice via certified mail and posting on March 19th. I observed the property in compliance on April 5th. I've spoken with the property manager, Stephen, who's present today, regarding the property. It appears he has an uncooperative tenant that's living there. A few weeks ago, I also spoke with a representative of the respondent from a law office over the phone, and we discussed the violation as well as fines and the recorded liens that exist on the property. As previously mentioned, as of April 5th, the property came into compliance with Code Sections 2635 and 34102A, a repeat violation for an inoperable vehicle. The city is asking for a fine of $250 a day from March 19th through April 5th.
So it complied on Monday?
Yes, sir. That's when I first observed it in compliance.
Okay. And you're asking for, did you say $250 a day?
Yes, sir.
From March 19th to April 5th?
Yes.
All right. All right, let me hear from the respondent. Yes, sir. Why don't you tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
My name is Stephen Yu, property manager of 704 35th Street. We rent this property to not very cooperative tenants, and since the last code violation, we tried to evict him, but because he refused to move, and then we're seeking for the assistance from the attorney. But the attorney said that, because of the COVID-19, we're not allowed to evict him. And then, it was back at that time was in December 2020. But then the government keep on extending the eviction period. And then it says, since now, we try to evict him again. And then attorney said that we're not allowed to evict this tenant until September 2021. So we're very innocent in this case, and we're trying to do all the cooperative way that we could, but the tenant is not very cooperative, and I believe Mr. Patrick, know what's going on with this one. And on our side, we'll already do our best, to do all the compliances, but tenant's not cooperative. And I don't know what we could do on this case.
Okay. Let me ask Mr. Petrick, did I hear your testimony correct? This is the second repeat in 2 years?
Yes, sir.
Were the first case and the first repeat, were those all pre-COVID, or were they during COVID as well?
The most recent repeat was during COVID.
Okay.
But the one prior to that was not.
So the original case was not?
That's right.
And then the first repeat was?
Yes, sir.
And this one is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on the first one, you said there's still daily fines running on that $100 a day?
No, they've all complied. I mean,
That's right, they
Stephen, when he does go out there, he does bring the property in compliance.
Okay.
The issue is the tenant just doesn't keep it in compliance very long.
Understood. All right.
Magistrate, may I be heard?
Yes, of course.
Mitch Posner, Code Enforcement. We certainly appreciate tenant issues. We appreciate when there's COVID issues. But bottom line is one of the top problems with code enforcement in this city is rental properties. The owner has owned this property since February of 2015 and had 18 cases on the property in that time. There's currently 4 liens, nothing overly outrageous as far as a 6-figure lien goes, but these all aren't under the current ownership and remain unpaid.
All right, thank you, Mr. Posner. I appreciate that. Sir, is there anything else that you'd like to tell me based on what the city has just put on the record?
Well, anyway, I started managing these properties approximately 2 years ago. And according to what I know from the previous owners, because actually the owner lives in New York, and there was another property manager was handling the case. And according to what I know, the previous property manager did, finish all the work there, but unfortunately, he got in a car accident and he passed away. And owner always thought that, he already took care of the case. And later day, in probably maybe a year after, and then he found out that she got the code violation on that property. And I don't know, and then I took over and I already did water that. I believe Mr. Patrick knew all the code violation. I fixed it, all the hardwares and things. We already did all the things. Like what I say that the over regional, the first code violation, it was I believe it was taken care, but because of the previous property manager passed away and he didn't call for the inspection, so that was hanging on for that. And after that, every time if there's a code violation, I take it right away.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Here's what I'm going to do in this case. The city does have proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property was in violation from March 19th through April 5th. That violation was a repeat violation. Did you have the case number for the repeat? Did you want to put that on the record?
I could ask Monique to pull it up.
Is it in the file?
Sure, we could.
As long as it's in the file, I don't need you to verbalize it. I mean, your testimony was very clear that both cases occurred within the last 5 years.
Yes, sir. One 2019 and one in 2020. Yes, sir.
So I do find that this is a repeat violation. What I'm going to do, I appreciate the fact that you got it into compliance, but you need to understand this is, as these repeat violations continue to happen, the penalties can get more severe, and I understand what Mr. Posner has indicated. Rental properties are an issue, and if my opinion is if you're going to be a landlord and you have to, the buck stops with you. You are ultimately responsible. I do understand that there are some constraints that COVID has placed on landlords. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assess at $200, not $250 as the city recommended. I'm going to assess a daily fine of $200 per day for the 18 days between March 19th and April 5th, which, if my math is right, is $3,600, and that will be, the city may record that as a lien against the property at its discretion, so you need to get that paid if you don't want that to be a lien. And I will sign that order, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Matter number 2, case number CE 21030033 has been removed from the agenda. Matter number 3, case number CE 21020182, case address 650 Pacific Grove Drive is complied. Matter number 4, case number CE 21030255, case address 603 9th Street.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Cartwright.
Officer Cartwright, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Property at 603 9th Street was cited on March 11th of 2021 for clean and sanitary conditions, excessive overgrowth, failure to comply. Service was achieved by certified mail. The property was posted on February 10th of 2021, as well as City Hall. All violations are still current. The city is asking that the property come into compliance within 5 days or abatement.
This is a vacant lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, for the record, does not appear we have any other respondents in the room. If anybody does arrive late, we can swear them in and take care of that, but I will find proper notice with the posting in the certified mail. Based on the evidence in the testimony, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. You've got some serious overgrowth here, and it looks like a fair amount of debris in the lot. I will make a finding that that is a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow the respondent 5 additional days to comply. Thereafter, the city is authorized to enter the property, abate the violation, and assess the costs.
Thank you, sir.
Before you go, what was the number 2 on the agenda? I didn't hear what you said.
It was removed from the agenda.
Removed. Okay, thanks. Okay, I'm caught up.
Matter number 9, case number CE 21010298, case address 651 Okeechobee Boulevard, Unit 506.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement. This property at 651 Okeechobee Boulevard, Unit 506, cited for rental license, certificate of use. I actually cited this property on January 25th. Certified mail sent out February 18th, and the property was posted March 24th. I'm asking 10 days to comply or $100 a day thereafter. No contact with the owner. The previous license expired September 30th of last year.
What was the September 30th of last year? What was?
Yes, the last expiration of the previous
that was when it
license.
expired? Okay. All right, I will find proper notice with the certified mail and the posting. Based on the evidence and the testimony, I'll find the property remains in violation as cited, accept the city's recommendation, allow the respondent 10 additional days to comply, and assess daily fines of $100 per day thereafter until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 10, case number CE 21010302, case address 801 South Olive Avenue, Unit 221.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement, 801 South Olive, Unit 221, was cited for rental license, certificate of use. The property is actually cited January 25th, posted the property on March 18th, and certified mail was sent and received on February 26th of this year. No contact with the owner. Previous license expired September 30th of last year. So I'm requesting 10 days or $100 a day after that.
Okay, if I'm proper notice in this case with the received certified mail, I will find the property remains in violation as cited based on the evidence that's been presented. I'll accept the city's recommendation to allow an additional 10 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 11, case number CE 21020265, case address 1739 Village Boulevard, Unit 306.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On February 17th, the property at 1739 Village Boulevard, Unit 306, was cited for repair of interior walls, repair of plumbing fixtures, rental license violation, and certificate of use. Property was posted February 22nd. Certified mail was sent February 18th. Certified mail was returned February 19th. I've had no contact with the property owner. I have been in contact with the tenant. With that being said, all violations still remain. City's recommending 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day until compliance is achieved.
All right, thank you, Mr. McFarland. I will find proper notice with the posting after the return to certified mail. Based on testimony and evidence, I will find property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation to allow the respondent 30 additional days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $200 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 12, case number CE 21020338, case address 6430 Sparrowhawk Drive.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On February 23rd, the property at 6430 Sparrowhawk Drive was cited for clean and sanitary pools, landscape maintenance, and overgrowth. Property was posted March 5th. Certified mail was sent February 24th. Certified mail was received February 26th. I have made no contact with the property owner. All violations still remain. With that being said, city's recommending 10 days or abatement of the pool and the landscape.
The request to abate would include removing the dead tree and the hedge work.
Correct, a dead palm.
Okay. Is the pool secured? The water's just not being maintained?
Yes, it's all fenced around.
I thought I
It's
saw
not being
the
maintained.
I thought I saw a fence.
My understanding that the ownership has walked away from the property.
Understood. So there's nobody living there at this point? Okay.
Yep.
All right, well, I do find proper notice with the received certified mail, and you also had posting. I will find the property remains in violation as cited, and based on the evidence and the testimony, I will find that those violations constitute a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. Therefore, I'll authorize, after 10 days, I'll give the respondent 10 days to comply. Thereafter, I'll authorize the city to enter the property, abate those violations, and assess the costs.
Thank you.
Number 13, case number CE 21020200, case address 220 Plymouth Road is complied. Number 14, case number CE 21020293, case address 383 Elmore Road.
Good morning. Richard Pasmino, Code Enforcement Officer, City West Palm Beach. The property at 383 Elmore Road was cited February 19th, 2021. Certified mail was sent February 25th, 2021, and received February 26th. This property was cited for 94-442C1, landscaped areas must be grass. 94-451A, location of artificial turf. Those are the wrong photos. And 94-451D, artificial turf. I made contact initially. A complaint came in that they were installing artificial turf in the front yard at this house. I went out there and informed the owner that it is a violation if she goes through with the installation. The owner went through with it. I've had no contact since then with the owner. And as of today, the property is still in violation. Nothing has changed. The city is recommending 60 days for this property to come into compliance, or the city's asking for $100 a day.
Where did the artificial turf go? All in the?
Yeah, I have photos of it.
In there?
Exactly, yeah. Where they're pounding down the dirt.
And it's still there today?
Yes.
All right. Oh, there's a picture.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's yesterday.
it's funny, we get all these artificial turf cases, and every one, the respondents, I'm the only one who ever gets,
Yeah.
there's a lot. Okay, so all that to say, I will find proper notice with your received certified mail. Based on the evidence in the testimony, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'm going to accept the city's recommendation, allow the respondent 60 days to comply with the violations. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 15, case number CE 21030073, case address 301 Gulf Road.
Here, Joe Petrick, West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This case is reference to a vacant lot that has trash and debris on it in violation of Code Section 18106A. The notice of violation was issued via certified mail and posting on March 5th and gave the respondent 10 days to comply by removing the trash and debris. After the notice of violation was issued, I was contacted by the respondent who advised he was out of the country, but he'd have somebody clean it. Somebody did clean some of the trash and debris from the lot, but not all of it, and then unfortunately more appeared. As of today, the property remains in violation. The city is asking for compliance within 30 days or a $100 a day fine be assessed. The reason why we're asking for 30 days is because he is out of the country, indicated he will be back, and he's trying to take care of it from where he is.
Okay. I'll find proper notice with the certified mail and the posting in this case. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation to allow the respondent 30 additional days to comply. After that, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 20, case number CE 21020123, case address 1401 Clark Avenue.
Michael Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. Property 1401 Clare Avenue was initially cited on 2/8/21. Certified mail was sent on 2/9/21. We do have a signed certified mail receipt on file. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted on 2/8/21. Property was cited for 94-446-2-B-3. Hat racking prohibited, and it was also cited for 94-446-2-B-4, shaping of shade trees. The trees were improperly pruned, and they were hat racked severely. This particular property was brought to our attention by the city landscape planner, Ray Caranci. And basically, Ray and I had spoken with the property owner and their arborist with regard to this particular violation. And what the city's attempting to do is get a finding of violation in light of the fact that there's been some an understanding, I should say, in terms of how the tree should be pruned and shaped going forward. So what they were required to do is submit a plan going forward in terms of a pruning plan. And they submitted the pruning plan, submitted it to Ray Caranci, the city landscape planner. He approved that plan. And so the city's requesting just a finding of violation. And in light of the fact that they have submitted a plan that is acceptable, and so going forward, if they in the future would hat rack those trees or incorrectly prune them, then we would seek to bring them back as a repeat violator.
Did Ray believe that these trees have a chance of coming
Yeah,
back?
he felt like they should be fine.
Okay. All right, well, usually these don't end that way, so that's good news. I will find proper notice with the signed certified mail. I will find the property, it did violate city code sections that were cited in the notice, and we'll just make a finding of fact. with the approved submitted pruning plan, although I do want the order to reflect that they should comply with that pruning plan. If the pruning plan is not followed, would it be a repeat violation, or would it be a continuation of this violation?
I would think a repeat violation.
So we're considering it, your city's considering it complied with the submission of the approved pruning plan?
Absolutely,
Okay,
yes.
So this is a finding of fact?
Right, yes.
And, good. I will sign that order as a finding of fact.
Okay.
And we'll do it that way. Okay, thank you.
Matter number 21, case number CE 21020127, case address 320 Fern Street.
Michael Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. Property 320 Fern Street was initially cited on 2/8/21. Certified mail was sent on 2/9/21. We do have a signed certified mail receipt on file. Property as well as City Hall was posted on 2/8/21. This is another case of hat racking and improperly pruning trees. They were cited for code sections 94-446-2-B-4. Also 94-446-2-B-3. Once again, Ray and I were working with the property owners, discuss the violations and going forward what needs to be done. They were also given an opportunity to submit a pruning plan going forward, which they did, and it was approved by Ray. So the city's once again seeking a finding of violation. In the event that, once again, they come into violation again, then we would seek to bring them back as a repeat violator.
Okay. Then I do find proper notice with the signed for certified mail. And based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find the property violated the city code sections that were cited in the notice, but with the submission of an approved pruning plan has complied, so this will be a finding of fact as well.
Thank you.
All right. Tell Ray I said hi. You guys are busy this month.
I will, yes, absolutely.
Matter number 22, case number CE 21020219, case address 1369 Okeechobee Road, complied. Matter number 23, case number CE 21020196, case address 1107 18th Street is rescheduled. Matter number 24, case number CE 21020254, case address 1374 13th Street.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited February 17th. Property and City Hall were posted February 19th. Certified mail was signed for on February 20th. Properties was cited for 1813B, 3412A, and 7434A1J. At this time, the property has complied with 7434A1J and 34102A. I've had contact with the property owner. At this time, the city is requesting an additional 180 days to reach compliance, or $50 until $50 a day until compliance is achieved.
So the only thing left is the repair of the roof walls and
Yeah,
foundation?
they're just going through litigation, so.
Pardon?
They're going through litigation with the insurance company to get it fixed.
Okay.
So,
All right, well, you have proper notice with the posting in the certified mail. I will find the property remains in violation of 18103B, but has complied otherwise. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow an additional 180 days for the property to be brought into compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $50 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
thank you.
Yeah.
Number 25, case number CE 21030290, case address 508 21st Street, rescheduled. Number 26, case number CE 20120230, case address 356 Winter Street, complied. Matter number 27, CE 21010144, case address 701 Franklin Road.
Good morning, Officer Lester, West Palm Code.
Morning.
This property was cited for business tax, delinquent business tax. Certified mail was signed on 1/16/2021, posted property on 3/16/2021. Spoke with the business owner, and she indicated that she was going to pay it or call me to close it. Neither has been done, so I'm asking for the one-time fine of $250.
Thank you. I do find proper notice with the signed certified mail. I will find property remains in violation as cited. I'll assess a one-time $250 fine.
Thank you.
Matter number 28, case number CE 21020005, case address 245 Suma Street.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code Enforcement. This property was cited for a delinquent business tax license, and certified mail was returned on 2/7/2021, posted property on 3/16/2021, asking for the one-time fine of $250, no contact with business property owner.
All right, with the returned certified mail followed by the posting, the city has proper notice. Based on the evidence and the testimony, I will find the property, it remains in violation as cited, and assess a one-time fine of $250.
Thank you.
Matter number 29, case number CE 21020007, case address 715 Valley Forge Road.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was cited for a delinquent business tax license. Certified mail was returned on 2/3/2021, posted property on 3/16/2021. I'm asking for the one-time fine of $250, and there has been no contact with business.
All right, with posting and the return certified mail, the city has proper notice. I will find property remains in violation as cited and assess the one-time fine of $250.
Thank you.
Matter number 30, case number CE 21020016, case address 429 Lytle Street.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was cited for a delinquent business tax license. Certified mail was returned on 2/4/2021, posted property on 3/16/2021. I'm asking for the one-time fine of $250. There's been no contact with business.
All right, thank you. I will find proper notice. I will find property remains in violation as cited, and I will assess the one-time fine of $250.
Thank you.
Matter number 31, case number CE 21020292, case address 7802 Martin Avenue.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was cited for extermination of pests, clean and unsanitary condition, outdoor storage of trash and debris, trash can in public view, storage of a prohibited trailer, landscaping areas, removing a prohibited vehicle, and outdoor storage. Certified mail was signed on 2/24/2020. Property was posted on 3/16/2020. I actually spoke with the owner at the property, informed him of what needed to be done. He informed me that he was going to try and have the tenant removed from the property, and I informed him that good luck, and he asked for more time. So I'm asking for 30 days more, or $50 per day after.
Or how much, 50?
Yes, sir.
And pest control, you have rats, is what they're dealing with?
Yes, sir.
That's the worst. Any neighbors complaining about any of that?
Yeah.
They are.
That was the main thing, and the tenant is keeping basically raw garbage and stuff outside, not putting it in the bin at all. And in the last photos, you can see where they're now storing the garbage out, actually on the trailer itself.
Okay.
Like I told the owner, he needs to actually go there and remove the garbage himself, so.
Yeah. All right, well, I will find proper notice with the signed certified mail. Based on testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll allow the respondent 30 additional days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $50 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Matter number 32, case number CE 21020126, case address 628 55th Street, complied. Matter number 33, case number CE 21020162, case address 719 55th Street.
City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Robert Watkins. This property was cited February the 10th, Certified mail was sent February the 10th. Certified mail was returned. City Hall was posted March the 22nd. This property was cited to 105-1, 18-103B, 18-106A, and 18-106B. Compliant violations are 18-103B, 18-106A, and 18-106B. Remaining violations are 105.1. The city is requesting 25 days or $25 a day thereafter. It's for removing the shed. I spoke with the homeowner. He requested another 20 days to try to get it removed or torn down, but I just told him 25 days would be better, including the weekends.
So 105.1 is the only violation that's left?
Yep, that's for the permit, either to keep the shed or to get rid of the shed. He said he wanted to get rid of it, but he's gonna need time to come back down to take it away or just dispose of it.
All right, with the posting after the return of certified mail, the city has proper notice. I will find, based on the testimony and the evidence, that the property remains in violation of City Code Section 105.1, but has complied with the other sections cited in the notice. I'm going to accept the city's recommendation to allow an additional 25 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $25 per day will also be assessed till compliance is achieved.
Matter number 34, case number CE 21020191, case address 6001 Pinewood Avenue.
City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance, Robert Watkins. This property was cited February the 11th. Certified mail was sent February the 11th. Certified mail was received March the 2nd. This property was cited for 18-106A, 54-62, and 94-302A-3. Compliant violations were 52-262 and 18-106A. Remaining violations are the 94-302A-3. No communication with the homeowner. The city is requesting an additional 30 days or $50 per day after.
Is there a damaged fence or is there missing?
Well, the fence was up without a permit, and I've gotten correspondence from the property owner next door that she had her survey, and it was over a couple feet onto her side. So I reached out the first time. I left him a voicemail for the current homeowner at 6001, and then I did the violation notice, and I haven't heard anything back in reference to getting a permit for the fence, a survey and a permit, or removing it, or anything of that nature.
Okay. Let's see, we had certified mail received, so you have proper notice with the certified mail. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation of City Code Section 94302A3. I'll accept the city's recommendation to allow an additional 30 days to comply. Thereafter, $50 a day till compliance is achieved.
Matter number 36, case number CE 21020290, case address 5519 Pinewood Avenue.
City of West Palm, Robert Watkins. This property was cited on February the 19th. Certified mail was sent February the 19th. Certified mail was returned February the 25th. City Hall was posted on March the 22nd. This property was cited for 18-100, 82-144, 94-442, C-1, and 94-482. All things have been come into compliance except for 94-442, C-1. This is requesting 30 days or $50 per day after to come into compliance. I spoke with the homeowner on this one. He just needed additional 30 days to get sod brought in because he had to repair a pipe that burst in the front.
All right. But everything else complied?
Yep, everything else is compliant.
All right, in this case, I will find proper notice with the posting and the certified mail. Based on the evidence and the testimony, I will find the property remains in violation of City Code Section 94442C1, but has complied with the other code sections. I'll allow the additional 30 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $50 per day until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 37, case number CE 21020304, case address 740 51st Street.
City of West Palm Beach Code, Robert Watkins. This property was cited February the 22nd. Certified mail was sent February 23rd. Certified mail was received on February 27th. This property was cited for 34-102A, 74-34A-1J, 94-42A, and 94-71C. None of the violations have come into compliance. All are remaining. The city is requesting an additional 30 days or $100 per day after.
All right, I will find proper notice with the received certified mail. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow the respondent 30 additional days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 38, case number CE 21020337, case address 820 34th Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ray Young, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. 820 34th Street was initially cited on 2/23 of 21 with a notice of violation posted at the property and City Hall on 2/24/21. Certified mail was sent on 3/2/21. Property was cited for 18162A, 2232A, 9471C, 105.1, and FBC 110.3. Contact has been made with the owner, Special Magistrate, who did request more time. All violations still exist. Special Magistrate, the city requests an additional 45 days to come into compliance or $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
All right, thank you. We'll find proper notice in this case. I will find the property remains in violation as cited based on the testimony and the evidence. I will accept the city's recommendation, allow the respondent an additional 45 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $200 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 39, case number CE 21020354, case address 3608 Greenwood Avenue.
Ray Young, City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance, 3608 Greenwood Avenue was initially cited on 2/25/21 with a notice of violation posted at the property and City Hall on 2/26/21. Certified mail was sent same day, 2/26/21. Property was cited for 18103J exterior paint. No contact has been made with the owner and the violation still exists. Special Magistrate, the city requests additional 30 days to come into compliance or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
All right, thank you. I will find the proper notice in this case with posting and certified mail. The evidence very clearly shows property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow 30 additional days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 40, case number CE 21020356, case address 909 29th Street.
Ray Young, City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance, 909 29th Street was initially cited on 2/25/21 with a notice of violation posted at the property and City Hall on 3/2/21. Certified mail was sent on 2/26/21. The property was cited for 105.1 and FBC 110.3. Contact has been made with the owner, but the violation still exists. Special Magistrate, the city requests an additional 45 days to come into compliance or $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
All right, I do find proper notice in this case with the posting and with the certified mail. So the install's already happened, but they didn't do the permit, all right.
Correct.
I will find the property remains in violation as cited, accept the city's recommendation, allow an additional 45 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 41, case number CE 21030016, case address 820 29th Street.
Ray Young, City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance, 820 29th Street was initially cited on 3/1/21. Notice of violation posted at the property and City Hall on 3/2/21. Certified mail was sent the same day, 3/2/21. Property was cited for 105.1 and FBC 110.3. Contact has been made with the owner, who is in the process of acquiring the permit. Special Magistrate, the city requests an additional 30 days to come into compliance or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
What did they do?
They installed the fence without a permit.
Fence?
Mhm.
Okay.
She applied for the permit, she's just waiting for it to be obtained.
Oh, there it is. All right, I will find proper notice in this case with the certified mail and with your posting. I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation to allow 30 additional days for the respondent to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 42, case number CE 21030020, case address 1026 36th Street.
Ray Leung, City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance, 1026 36th Street was initially cited on 3/1/21. Notice of violation posted at the property and City Hall on 3/4/21. Certified mail was sent on 3/3/21. Property was cited for 18162A, 2232A, and 94482A. No contact has been made with the owner, but Code Section 94482A is now in compliance. All other violations still remain. Special Magistrate, the city requests an additional 30 days to come into compliance or $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
So they took care of the parking.
Yeah, the parking in the car is gone.
I will find proper notice in this case with certified mail and posting. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property has complied with 94482A, but remains in violation of the other code sections cited in the notice. 30 days and how much?
$200 per day.
200?
No, the rental license was already applied for. It just needs to pass inspections. So 30 days or $200 per day.
Yeah. I'll accept that recommendation, allow 30 additional days to comply, thereafter $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 43, case number CE 21030052, case address 831 34th Street.
Ray Leung, City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance, 831 34th Street was initially cited on 3/3/21 with a notice of violation posted at the property and City Hall on 3/8/21. Certified mail was sent on 3/4/21. Property was cited for 18265, 78-6, 9471C, 94482A, and 7434A1J. No contact has been made with the owner, but Code Section 94482A is in compliance. All other violations remain. Special Magistrate, the city requests an additional 30 days to come into compliance or $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
All right, thank you. I do find proper notice with certified mail and posting. I will find, based on the testimony and the evidence, property remains in violation as cited except for 94482A, which complied. I'll allow the respondent 30 additional days to bring their outstanding violations into compliance and thereafter assess daily fines of $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 44, case number CE 21030095, case address 921 32nd Street.
Ray Leung, City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance, 921 32nd Street was initially cited on 3/5/21 with a notice of violation posted at the property and City Hall on 3/8/21. Certified mail was sent same day, 3/8/21. Property was cited for 18162A, 2232A, 18103J, and 7434A1J, the garbage can placement. Contact has been made with the owner, who did comply with code sections 18103J and 7434A1J, and is working on obtaining the rental license/COU. Special Magistrate, the city requests an additional 30 days to come into compliance or $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
All right, thank you. I will find proper notice with posting in the certified mail. I will find the property remains in violation of City Code Section 18162A and 2232A, but has complied with the other code sections cited in the notice. I will accept the city's recommendation to allow the respondent 30 additional days to bring the outstanding violations into compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $200 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 45, case number CE 21030376, case address 3201 Windsor Avenue.
Ray Leung, City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance, 3201 Windsor Avenue was initially cited on 3/17/21 with a notice of violation posted at the property and City Hall on 3/19/21. Certified mail was sent on 3/18/21. Property was cited for 94482A, unpaved parking. Contact has been made with the property manager, who did bring the property into compliance, but after the comply by date of 4/2/21. Therefore, Special Magistrate, the city requests a finding of fact on this case.
And what was the compliance deadline? Did you say April 2nd?
It was 4/2, and they complied after 4/2.
Okay. We'll find proper notice in this case. I will find that the property was in violation of City Code Section 94482A, but complied, but that the compliance occurred after the deadline provided in the notice. Therefore, this will be a finding of fact only.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matter number 46, case number CE 21030453, case address 3301 Greenwood Avenue.
Ray Leung, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance, 3301 Greenwood Avenue was initially cited on 3/19/21 with a notice of violation posted at the property in City Hall on 3/24/21. Certified mail was sent on 3/24/21. Property was cited for 9471C, outdoor storage, and 94.6, illegal use of land. Contact has been made with the owner, but all violations remain. Special magistrate, the city requests an additional 30 days to come into compliance, or $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
What is the 94.6 violation?
94.6, it's not zoned for the commercial storage of the building materials.
So they're just storing that fill and
Storing it on the empty lot.
Okay.
But the owner does know that he's supposed to remove it, and he said a couple weeks, so I
Okay.
believe 30 days would be sufficient.
All right, I will find proper notice in this case. I will find property remains in violation as cited. I will accept the city's recommendation and allow the respondent 30 additional days to comply. After that, daily fines of $200 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 47, case number CE 2102-0272, case address 3712 South Olive Avenue.
I need to be sworn in, I'm sorry.
Sure. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Sonia Bin, City of West Palm Beach, Code Enforcement. This property was cited on February 18, 2021. Notice of violation was posted on February 18, 2021, and certified mail was sent out on February 18, 2021. I have not, I'm sorry, this property was cited for Code 18-106A, 94-442C1. I have not made contact with the property owner. The property is still in violation of 18-106A, 94-442C1. The city is requesting an additional 10 days to gain compliance, or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
All right, thank you. I do find proper notice in this case. I do find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation and allow 10 additional days to comply thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day.
Matter number 48, case number CE 2103-0037, case address 3906 Merrill Avenue, complied. Matter number 49, case number CE 2103-0160, case address 611 Avenida Hermosa.
Yes. Sonia Bin, City of West Palm Beach, Code Enforcement. This property was cited on March 9th. Notice of violation was posted on March 9th. Certified mail was sent out on March 10th, 2021. This property was cited for 14-1, 18-106A, 94-71C. I have made contact with the property owner. The property is still in violation of Code 14-1, 18-106-A, 9471C. The city is requesting an additional 30 days to gain compliance, or $100 per day until compliance is achieved. The property owner is also in agreement with the city recommendation.
Okay. All right, I do find proper notice in this case. I find, based on the testimony and the evidence, the property remains in violation as cited. I'll allow 30 additional days for the respondent to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 50, case number CE 2103-0214, case address 2800 Georgia Avenue, Unit A2.
Is it possible you're able to call cases 50 through 55? It has the same owner for delinquent business tax.
And are they all rental license,
Yes.
certificate of use, and BTR?
Yes.
Looks like it.
Okay.
It's all the same owner?
Yes.
Seeking the same remedy in all of them?
Correct. Number 55, it's LLC, and I attach proof from Sunbiz that has the same owner.
I have no objection if you want to handle them in a package like that. That's fine.
I'm sorry? Okay, thank you.
Sonia, let me just call them all, okay?
Yes.
So matter number 51, case number CE 21030243, case address 2800 Georgia Avenue, Unit B11. Matter number 52, case number CE 21030244, case address 2800 Georgia Avenue, Unit B12. Matter number 53, case number CE 21030247, case address 2800 Georgia Avenue, Unit C13. Matter number 54, case number CE 21030249, case address 2800 Georgia Avenue, Unit C15. And matter number 55, case number CE 21030272, case address 2800 Georgia Avenue, Unit D23.
What about number 50?
I called it at the beginning.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes. Sony Bin, City of West Palm Beach, Code Enforcement. This property, or properties 50 to 55, was cited on March 11, 2021. Notice of violation was posted on March 12, 2021, and certified mail was sent on March 12, 2021. This property was cited for 18-162-A, 22-32-A, 82-144. I have not made contact with the property owner at this time. To date, the property is still in violation of Code 18-162A, 22-32A, and 82-144. The city is requesting a one-time fine of $250 on each BTR, an additional 5 days to gain compliance, or $100 per day until compliance is achieved on each COUs.
Is this an apartment building, or is it?
It's a condominium, and just for the record, this property owner owns over 40 units within this condo, and all of the business tax receipt is delinquent. So I was able to cite a few of the properties, but the rest are also, out of compliance with the city.
And your testimony and your recommendation applies to all of the agenda items 50 through 55?
Correct.
Okay. And the notice posting and certified mail is same for all of them?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, then for agenda items 50 through 55, I do find proper notice with the posting and the certified mail. For each of those cases, I do find the property remains in violation as cited. In each of those cases, for the violation of City Code 82-144, I will assess a one-time fine of $250. And for each of those cases, for the violations of 18-162A and 22-32A, I will allow the respondent 5 additional days to comply. After that, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed for each day the property remains in violation.
Thank you.
Matter number 56, case number CE 21020075, case address 219 Lane Hart Court.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This address, this property was originally cited on March 2nd, 21. The certified mail was sent on March 2nd, 2021. It was received March 4th, 2021. And the property, as well as City Hall, was posted on March 26th, 2021. I've had no contact with the owner to date. They were originally cited for 18-103E, 18-106A, 34-102-A, 94-482-A, and 94-71-C. The latter, 94-71-C, is to date is the only violation that has been cured. City is requesting 15 days to bring the property into compliance, or $150 a day fine thereafter.
Did you say none of them have been cured?
The only one was 94-71-C, the outdoor storage.
Outdoor storage.
Which may still be there. Yesterday I drove by the property, and they'll be getting another violation because now they've constructed a fence without a permit.
Okay. All right. I will find proper notice with the certified mail and the posting. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I'll find the property remains in violation as cited except for 9471C, which complied. I'll allow the respondent an additional 15 days to cure the outstanding violations. Thereafter, daily fines of $150 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 57, case number CE 21030047, case address 480 Executive Center Drive, Unit 3N.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was originally cited March 3rd, 21. Certified mail was sent out March 4th, 21. It was received on March 9th. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted on March 24th, 2021. I've had no contact with the owner. I have spoken with the tenant, however. They were originally cited for 18-162-A, 18-103-G, 18-106-A, and 22-32-A. As of yesterday, all violations are still present. The city is requesting 30 days to bring the property into compliance or a $500 a day fine thereafter.
All right, I do find proper notice with the certified mail and with the posting. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation to allow the respondent 30 additional days to comply. Thereafter, you want daily fines of $500 per
Yes,
day?
sir.
I'll grant that, given the nature of the violations, until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 58, case number CE 21030069, case property address 2831 Exchange Court, Unit D.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited on March 4th, 2021. The certified mail was sent March 5th, 2021. That was returned on March 11th, 2021. The property was hand-delivered as well as City Hall posted on March 25th, 2021. I've had contact with the owner. They were cited for business tax receipt being delinquent. The city is requesting 10 days or $100 a day fine thereafter.
I'm sorry. Got lost in thought. This is 58, right?
Yes, sir, 58.
I did note certified mail that was returned, but you have posting, so the city has proper notice.
Yes, sir.
Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find the property remains in violation as cited. I will allow the respondent 30 additional days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Marcus, are you doing the $100 on the COU? And
Oh, I'm sorry, that should be a one-time fine of $250 for the business tax.
Oh, okay.
For the business tax receipt, that cannot be a daily fine. That should be a
Okay,
one-time
so-
fine of $250.
so just a one-time fine then. Okay.
Then that's been what we've been doing all morning, so I assume that's what you want on this one. And then
That works.
the $100 recurring daily fine on the certificate of use. Yeah.
That
Okay,
works.
that'll be the order.
So I have 1, 2, 3.
Did you have a question, Marcus?
Oh, no, I was just
Oh, okay.
counting. I have like 4 more cases that are pretty much the same thing, different addresses though.
Matter number 59, case number CE 21030074, case address 1801 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was originally cited on March 4th, 2021. Certified mail was sent March 5th, 2021. That was returned March 18th, 2021. The property was hand-delivered as well as City Hall posted on March 25th, 2021. I have had contact with the owner. They have not, as of yesterday, they have not taken care of the delinquent business tax license. So the city is asking for $100, 10 days to bring the COU current, and then a one-time fine of $250.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last thing you said.
The $100 a day fine on the COU as well, and then
Thank you.
a $250 a day fine.
Okay, and this one you have
one-time
hand
fine,
delivery,
excuse
so
me.
you have proper notice.
Yes, sir.
I do find property remains in violation as cited. For 82-144, it'll be a one-time $250 fine. For 2232A, will allow 30 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 60, case number CE 21030079, case address 400 Executive Center Drive, Unit 102.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited on March 4th, 2021. A certified mail was sent March 5th, 2021. That was received March 8th, 2021. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted on March 24th, 2021. I've had no contact with the owner. They too were cited for delinquent business tax. City is asking for a one-time fine of $250 and then a $100 a day fine thereafter.
On the certificate of use, the $100 a day?
Certificate of use. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, with the received certified mail, you have proper notice. We'll find, based on the evidence, that the property remains in violation as cited. For 82-144, that violation, I'll assess a one-time fine of $250. For the violation of 2232A, I'll allow the respondent 30 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 62, case number CE 21030080, case address 4201 North Shore Drive.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited on March 4th, 2021. Certified mail was sent March 5th, 2021. That was returned March 8th, 2021. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted on March 25th, 2021. I've had no contact with the owner. They were again cited for business tax being delinquent. City's asking for a one-time fine of $250 on 82-144 and a $100 a day fine on the COU.
Okay, in this case, with the return to certified mail followed with the posting, the city has proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I'll find property remains in violation as cited. I'll allow, for 2232A, I'll allow 30 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved. For the violation of 82-144, the business tax, a one-time fine of $250 is assessed.
Matter number 62, case number CE 21030318, case address 3901 36 Court.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited on March 15th, 2021. Certified mail was sent out March 16th, 2021. That was received March 23rd, 2021. It was hand-delivered to the property manager, and City Hall was posted on March 26th, 2021. I've had contact with the property manager. They were originally cited for 18-106A, 18-106I, and 34-102-A. To date, all violations have been cleared with the exception of 34-102-A. The city is requesting 10 days to bring the property into compliance or a $150 a day fine thereafter.
All right, you got the trifecta on notice on that one. Certified mail, hand delivery, and posting.
Yes, sir.
All right, based on the testimony and the evidence, I'll find the property has complied with the violations cited in the notice, except for 34-102A, which remains in violation. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow an additional 10 days to bring that one into compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $150 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 64, case number CE 210302, CE 21030321, case address 3905 Windsor Avenue.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited on March 15th, 21. Certified mail was sent March 16th, 21. That was received March 20th, 2021. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted on March 26, 2021. I've had no contact with the owner, but my supervisor, Mitch Posner, has. They are willing to comply and just ask for 21 days to do so. The city has no problem with that. So the city is requesting 21 days to bring the property into compliance or $150 a day fine thereafter.
So these look like the same violations I saw in a previous case this morning. Is it the same? I recognize the photographs.
That's for 63. Yeah, we're on 64. You're on 63. We're on 64. Yeah. It's just the, should just be two inoperative vehicles.
All right, so that's the
Yes, sir.
vehicle there in question?
Yes, both of them, actually.
Oh, I see the one in front of it, too.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, in this case, based on that testimony and evidence, first, I find proper notice with the received certified mail. I find property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the recommendation to allow the respondent an additional 21 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $150 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 65, case number CE 2103-0323, property address 4000 Eastview Avenue.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was originally cited March 15th, 2021. Certified mail was sent March 16th, 2021. That was received March 24th, 2021. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted on March 26th, 2021. I've had no contact with the owner. They were originally cited for 34-102-A and 94-71-C. They have since complied with 34-102-A. However, 94-71-C still remains.
And it's the outdoor storage that those posts I just saw.
I think.
All that stuff over there on the side of the house.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There we go.
So the vehicle's complied, you said?
Yeah, they've moved the vehicle.
But all the other stuff is still there?
Everything, yeah, everything else that was left
All
out
right.
in the yard.
What
is
was your
still there.
recommendation in this case?
10 days to bring the property into compliance or a $100 a day fine thereafter.
Okay. Thank you. I do find proper notice with the certified mail that was received in this case. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I'll find the property remains in violation of City Code Section 9471C, but has complied with the other code sections cited in the notice. I'll accept the city's recommendation to allow 10 additional days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 66, case number CE 2103-0359, case address 4111 Greenwood Avenue.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was originally cited on March 16th, 2021. Certified mail was sent March 17th, 2021. That was received on March 19th, 2021. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted on March 26th, 2021. I've had no contact with the owner. They were originally cited for 18-265, 34-102-A, 94-71-C, and FBC 1001.1. To date, all violations have been cured except 34-102-A. The city is requesting 10 days to bring the property into compliance or a $100 a day fine thereafter.
All right, so it's just the vehicle that's the issue in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, well, with the returned certified mail, the received certified mail, the city has proper notice. We'll find the property remains in violation of City Code Section 34-102A, but has complied with all other sections cited in the notice. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow 10 additional days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, Magistrate.
All right, and then are we 11:30 for the remainder? Let's go ahead and go off the record for about 25 minutes, and we'll be back at 11:30. All right, are we on the record? Okay. Let's go ahead and reconvene. We are on the 11:30 other matter agenda for City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement agenda. Today's April 7th, 2021. So anyone who's here who's going to be speaking about any of the lien reduction matters, I do need to swear you in so that your testimony is under oath. I can swear everybody in together. If you'll all please stand and raise your right hands if you weren't sworn in this morning, which probably none of you are. Thank you. Do each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You can all have a seat. When your case is called, if you'll come up to the podium to my right, the way we'll proceed with these cases is I'll get some background information from the city. They'll give me some information about the history of the case, and they may have a recommendation on what their desire is for me to order. After I've heard from the city, I'll come to you. I'll let you tell me about the request for the lien reduction. If you have any documents or photographs or anything that you feel is appropriate to show me, that would be the time to produce those. Once I've heard everything, I'll enter an order that grants some relief in some form or fashion in each case. So I believe there was a sign-up sheet, and we can proceed in that order.
Other matter number 1, case number CE 16020710, case address 1370 6th Street.
Come on up, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
My name is Reverend Henry Green III.
Okay. I'm going to hear from the city first, and then I'll come back over to you in just a second. Thanks. Whenever you're ready.
Code Enforcement, Mitch Posner, case ending in 710, 1370 6th Street. Date ordered 5/4 of 16, fine started 9/2 of 16. Ran for 360 days, total $36,000, $100 a day. Date of compliance 8/28 of 17. 9 cases under the, let me back up. The applicant doesn't actually own the property right now, but they were the original owner at the time of the violation.
Okay.
All right. Under their ownership, there were 9 cases with violations. Or, I'm sorry, 9 violation cases on this property under their ownership. For the rest of their properties, I believe there's 8 or 9 of them. There were a total of 46 other cases under their ownership. The maintenance on that property has been haphazard. It's taken 4 tries to get through the lien reduction process to get them all to pass inspection. The only mitigating circumstance they've listed is internal miscommunication. They would have to elaborate on that. I don't have more on that. City's asking for 50%.
Thanks.
My response now?
All right, thank you, sir. If you'll go ahead and tell me your name and address again, and then you can tell me about the request for the lien reduction.
Yes, my name is Reverend Henry E. Green III. I'm the pastor of Payne Chapel AME Church in West Palm Beach, Florida. We have been a part of this lien process dating back to the sale of our parsonage. Now, the properties as listed and the infractions that have been listed on the other remaining properties have been rectified over the course of our building project. If you see the current modern pictures of our building, we have gone in partnership with the city due to the sale of our transferable development rights. We were made to bring up our property up to code years ago before we even started the project, which included putting handicap ramps and an elevator inside of our program, which we partner with the same governing body. So we've been up to code, and every time we get up to code, the rules are moved and changed in the process of our lien. We've been treated as a church, as a nonprofit organization, I feel, as the leader of that, unfairly by the city, because every time we try to rectify this issue, we've been pushed to the back burner, and then people come around to appraise the property during times when we can't be prepared or we're not known or cognizant. So I think that 50% isn't it's just not fair. I think that we should be able to recoup the lien due to the fact that we have been going through this process for a period of years, and we've been trying to do the best thing that we can do to solve the problem. Now, we've redone everything the city's asked us to do. We've repaved our parking lots. We completely redone the outside of our building, and we've added increased light so that the historic Northwest would be beautified as long as the other development projects that they have going on in the city right now in that same area. So for the sacrifices that we've already made, we're asked for to be able to receive have these liens taken off.
Okay. Mr. Posner, do you have anything additional?
Yes, sir. Well, the only rule that's changed in the 4 years they've been trying to do this is they changed the requirement you only can fail an inspection twice, and then you have to start over. What an actual violation is, you've been with the city long enough, magistrate, you know that the violations themselves have not had any change. Most of the issue was several properties kept failing because they needed to fix the parking lot. With all the work they've done, and clearly they've done a wonderful job, they have improved all of that, and they were able to get through this time. But we sat down with them several times over the last few years, and each time it's the same conversation. This is why it's failing. None of the goalposts have changed. None of the violations have changed.
Okay. All right. Any final comments, sir?
Yeah, that's not true. And I think the reason why I think this in the city, in the talking about what we sat down with the city and discussed, it's never been the city telling us that we have been in violation of the same thing the same time more than one time. Every time they've asked us to fix something or change something, we've responded to it, and then we've gone on to fix something else that the city has said that we were not compliant about. But it's never been us being maliciously just ignorant to what the city's asking us to do, or not being non-compliant to what the city's asked us to do. We're just trying to, really just move on from this matter and not have to deal with it anymore.
Okay. So in this case, we have a $36,000 lien from this is a 2016 case, it appears.
Yes, sir.
Based on what I've heard from the respondent and what I've heard from the city, and taking all that into consideration, I think the appropriate resolution is to reduce this from 36. I will reduce it down to $9,000. Can you pay that within 30 days? I can give you more time.
Yeah, we probably need more time than that.
60 days?
Yes, we're currently not worshiping inside of, we're doing online worship in a building so finances for the church are a little bit slower than they've typically been. And so I guess if you could give us 90 days.
I can give you 90 days. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
90 days.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Other matter number 3, CE 0807 0195 5101 Broadway. And same address, other matter number 5, case number CE 14100 again 5101 Broadway.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. As always, chronological order, oldest case first. Case ending in 195, 5101 Broadway. Date order 12/17/08. Fine started 6/16/09. Ran for 37 days. Total is $5,550. $150 a day. Date of compliance 7/23/09. In both cases, it's sort of the same owner and sort of an estate. The son is now the owner of the same business on this property. Case ending in 160, 5101 Broadway. Date order 11/19/14. Fine started 12/19/14. Ran for 1,918 days. Total is $191,800. Its daily fine was $100 a day. Date of compliance 3/20/20. The mitigating circumstances in the application is the owner became ill and passed away. City's not clear on the timeline of that occurrence. Normally, it would be a 50% ask given the size of the lien. The city is asking for 15%.
Was the, I guess the 2014, the newer case, is that or is any of that a repeat? I mean, I see some of these are old code sections in the old case, but I'm looking at the descriptions of the violations and they look very similar.
Yes, Your Honor. They, out of number one, the first case has 8 violations. The second one has 7. Your Honor, and there are 5 duplicate exact same things. So we feel that those should be removed. One is the $5,000 lien, and the other is the.
Sir?
Hang on.
Oh, sorry, sir. I apologize.
Could you?
If I can respond to what you were asking
Hear
me.
from Mr. Posner, sir, then I'll be right back over to you.
No
so.
problem. Thank you.
Okay.
And I apologize for not looking up. I'm kind of.
There are numerous violations in common. The date of compliance on the older case predated the newer case by about 5 years. So there was no overlap of the violations. There was reoccurrence, but it was not cited as a repeat, if that answers your question. And I did neglect to mention on the older lien, that's only $55.50. The city is asking for 50% on that one. So it's 50% and
Oh,
then
it was,
15.
I said, it was much bigger than a 5-year spread, so it couldn't be a repeat. Is that right?
Let's see, 7/23 of '09 to
Or maybe it
11/19 of 14. It's a few months. It exceeds 5 years by a few months.
Okay, understood. All right, so, and then you said the city's recommendation on the $5,550 is
50%, and on the large lien, 15%.
Okay.
Your Honor, I don't have my phone or anything. What would the 15% of the 192 be approximately?
Do a little arithmetic and that's.
28,770.
28,000? All right. Is it my turn, Your Honor?
1 second, let me catch up. Okay, yeah, tell me your name and.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Attorney Frank J. Blotney. I'm a partner with Bull and Blotney LLP. Your Honor, I want to make sure that the city has my whole application that I submitted regarding our mitigation and reason of what happened.
Okay.
Basically, what happened in this situation, Your Honor, my client, Richard Canhigh, owned this property since 1999. It's a small used tire shop in Riviera Beach. It serves the local community, and they patch and repair tires on a cash basis. Basically, what happened, Your Honor, is Mr. Canhigh became seriously ill with cancer in 2014, and had all violations were repaired. However, he became sick and died before a compliance inspection was done. Thus, the daily fees continued until his death on June 7, 2016, and thereafter. His son, Anthony Canhigh, was appointed personal representative by the court. Your Honor, I have copies of the personal rep papers right here, should you choose to see them.
Okay.
State was set up, and Your Honor, the state was set up just a month after his death. Anthony Canhigh, the son, became personal representative and took over the business. Your Honor, a notice to creditors was published on 11/1/2017, which should have alerted everyone to any creditor, even including the city, that these are required. For whatever reason, there was no response to the notice of creditors. Nothing happened. Therefore, the violation still continued. In any event, it was finally discovered about 2019 what had occurred. We quickly got together, made all the required changes, and everything was taken care of. As far as some further mitigating circumstances, Your Honor, basically all the violations occurred between 2009 and 2014. As I said, he became sick and quickly died after that. The violations were created while he had the business, and as I said, things went into disrepair after he got sick and whatnot. Your Honor, as I said, this is a small community-based business, and just a few things regarding Mr. Canhigh and his family. They immigrated to the United States from Grenada. They're of Indian descent, so they're basically an indigenous people. A lien is clearly exceeding the value of the business. It's a very small little shop there on Broadway. Your Honor, and since the pandemic, the COVID, business has slowed greatly, 60 to 70%. And so that is a clear mitigating factor that they're not.
I'm sorry, can you tell me, I heard you say business
Has gone down 60 to 70%.
60 to 70, okay, that's what I didn't
As
hear.
I said, it's a cash business, Your Honor, and it does provide a good community service. For example, they sell used tires at the cost of $20 to $40 for a used tire. If you have a nail in your tire, they'll plug it for 10 versus 30 at a car dealer. If you have to have a patch on the tire, they'll do it for 20 versus 60 at the Jeep dealer, and I can attest to that. I just brought mine in last week for that, Judge, so with that being said. And, Your Honor, one other interesting thing is you brought it up in the beginning. If you really look at the two separate violations, I have circled all the ones that are literally exactly the same. So I really can't understand how violations can be 5,000 for 7 out of the 8, and then it's 191,000 for the remaining 5. They even have the same numbers. 2 have to do with the fence. 1 has to do with a board on the window. Another has to do with a broken window, and the others have to do with the exterior doors. All the violations have been rectified. They were rectified as of 2016, and as I said, the only reason what happened is Dad passed away. He never had a chance to have the compliance inspection, so everything continued to go. And we would say, Judge, that even at 50%, that's a little extensive, and even at 15%, that's still a $28,000 fee. I will say, Your Honor, the estate has just about been closed. Everything has been paid, so any amounts that have to be paid will be paid out of the pocket personally of the 2 sons. And as I said, we think that's a little excessive. We're going to make a recommendation, Your Honor, of $500 to $1,000 per violation, so that would at least be some money for the city, but it wouldn't bankrupt them and force them to have to close the business, because they pretty much operate on a shoestring with this, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me let the city respond.
A couple of things. Not aware of any relevance of the notice to creditors applying to a city lien for an open code case still accruing. And the one thing that I still didn't have based on what he said is a timeline of the illness. All he said is he passed in 2016, and he followed that up with became ill and passed quickly after. This was cited in 2014. He still had the 2 years to comply. So that's certainly valid before he became ill, based on what he said so far. And I've already covered that. Reoccurrence of violations. It doesn't matter if it's the same code number 5 years later. He was cited again after it was complied. There's no relevance to the fact that it's the same code numbers, not when they're not overlapping.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would think any normal citizen would take issue with being assessed duplicitous things for the exact same violations. And as I said, to confirm what Mr. Posner said, I have the letters of administration where it clearly says Richard Canhigh died on June 7, 2016. Anthony Canhigh has been appointed representative of the estate. I have the notice of publication, which is in the Palm Beach Post, Your Honor, required by statute, alerting to all creditors of Mr. Richard Canhigh. And as I said, Your Honor, that's been put for 1 month, and the reason that is put in there, if there's anything owed to Mr. Canhigh or to the property, they're supposed to make the claim with the estate. And as I said, that has been in 2017, we're now in 2021. The estate is just about ready to get closed, and as I said, any payments would now come out of the personal pocket of both of the children and not the estate.
Okay. It sounds like the 2014 case came into compliance subsequent to the passing of the original owner. Is that correct?
I couldn't begin to guess. He has
Correct.
stated several times that it came into compliance, but nobody told code enforcement, so I don't know when they're saying it was in compliance.
Let me ask you,
We
what
weren't
does
asked
your
to-
affidavit of compliance reflect?
3/20 of 2020, because that's when we were asked about this to check on the property and say, hey, it's in compliance. I even went back through Google Earth looking for pictures to see if I could verify an earlier compliance date, but you can only get so much that way.
Understood. Okay.
Your Honor, one final point
Yes,
is,
sir.
I did try to contact Mr. Watkins, Mr. Posner, and Arlene Francheco of the State Attorney's Office regarding why the things are duplicitous, and I still could not get an answer to either one.
Why,
So-
what was conflicted?
What was that, Your Honor?
You said you contacted them about something being conflicted. I didn't.
They're duplicitous, both of the same violations regarding the two different numbers, and I still couldn't get.
Because they're 5 years
satisfactory
apart.
If I may, Mr. Poser. And I still couldn't get a satisfactory answer why both of them are clearly duplicitous and why one is only 5 and the other one's 191 for virtually 5 out of the both 7 or 8 things.
Well, I mean, I can just to tell you, according to the city's testimony at this hearing, the 2008 case occurred in 2008 and ran only for 37 days before it was found to be in compliance. So 37 days after the order was issued.
Well, Your Honor, how could the same things not be in compliance with the same other cases?
So
See,
then,
that's-
according to this, again, the city's testimony, in 2014, more than 5 years later, a new case occurred because they may have been the same substantive violations, but they occurred again. So the city cited the property for those violations listed in the 2014 case, and those ran, according, again, to the testimony that was presented to me today, for 1,918 days.
Well, Your Honor, if I may.
So that's my understanding of the difference, even though the violations substantively may be the same thing. One case closed just over a month, one case closed after a number of years, and those daily fines accrue and under law until compliance is achieved. And in this case, the city's testimony was that they did not inspect and sign off on compliance until March of 2020, and therefore,
Your Honor,
that is how that number
I
was
would
derived.
agree, but we now have basically almost a 2 or 3 year gap there, which fines were accruing that just basically no one knew about. And the minute we found out about it, we diligently prepared the package, diligently moved to get everything complied with. And I will also cite to Your Honors that we've also updated the entire property for ADA compliance regarding signage, ramps, and wheelchair accessibility. So the property has been very well repaired. As I said, they're trying to just barely keep it open. Income has gone down quite a bit. They still try to maintain 1 or 2 employees from the area. So we're just trying to hang on there, Judge, and if we can, as I said, knock it down to something reasonable so it wouldn't force them out of business, that would be great. And I'm going to suggest $500 to $1,000 for each one of the liens.
all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So taking into, I've listened to the testimony from the city, from the respondent's attorney. I've reviewed the, as was mentioned, according to the property appraiser, what the assessed and taxable values are of the property. One lien is relatively small. The lien from 2008 is a $5,500 lien. The lien from the 2014 case is substantial. It's almost $192,000. In this case, based on what I've heard and what I understand the facts to be, I'm going to, let's see, I have to do these separately. So in the case ending in 195, which is the 2008 case, the lien is $5,550. I will agree to reduce that to $1,000.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In the
big
in
one.
the case ending in 160, that's the 2014 case. The lien in that is $191,800. I will agree to reduce that to $12,000. How long will it take you to pay? So it's a total of $13,000. How long will it take you to pay that?
Your Honor, if we have 60 or 90 days, it probably won't take that
Happy to
long.
give
We
you
just have
90
to
days.
confer with the clients, yes.
90 days.
90 days?
For both.
Thank you very much, Your
All right.
Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much.
Other matter number 6. Case number CE 1909-0577-954 McIntosh Street.
Morning.
Morning.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Posner.
Case ending at 577954 McIntosh Street, date order 11/6 of 19, fine started 12/9 of 19, ran for 172 days, total 17,200. Daily fine was $100 a day. Date of compliance 5/29 of 20. It's the same owner, 4 cases under their ownership for this property. The only mitigating factor given is we complied, which clearly they would have had to or they wouldn't be here. City's asking for 50%.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. If you can tell me your name and address, then you can tell me about the request.
My name is Jessica Stein, and this is for 954 McIntosh. We actually purchased a bulk of homes. I manage the property for this company. We own homes throughout the United States, and this was a bulk of homes owned by Havenbrook. Acquiring the property we own from the Keys all the way up to Port St. Lucie that I manage. These 500 homes have violations on them that we weren't aware about as we purchased them. And as we got to know the Palm Beach area, we learned about the violations. Unfortunately, with this group of homes, we needed a rental license inspection. We had permitting issues. We had all different violations, and we couldn't clear one without clearing the other. So there would put a lien and some properties, and we couldn't take care of the lien until we got the other properties complied with. So that was one of the main reasons why it actually took us so long to comply with certain properties, because we had to comply with all properties owned by that owner in that city.
I'm sorry, I can only understand half of what she's saying. I don't know if it's the mask or...
So you mentioned clearing or getting the rental license, but my question is, I'm looking at the agenda and at the violations that appear to be under this case had to do with doing work without a building permit.
Fence permit, sir.
This was a fence permit. This was not a rental license case. This was
Correct, but so we have a list of properties that were in that actual city. Sorry. So all of them had violations on them.
Oh, I see. So you
Whether
had
it
other
be-
properties as well.
Yeah, so whether it be rental license for one, a roof violation for another, permitting for this, we couldn't actually come to the lien reduction hearing until we were complied with all of them. So we were working to clear all of them at the same time, which obviously took us a little bit longer, and then COVID and everything else, but we had to clear all of them until we could even get to the lien reduction hearing for one of the properties.
Okay. All right. Mr. Posner, did you have anything?
I just don't know what bearing that has on actual compliance for the case and the lien itself. Even if they'd been here sooner, it doesn't change the amount of the lien.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Ma'am, anything else that you'd like to add before I make a
No,
decision?
I mean, our goal is to make these properties look beautiful for the neighborhood and everything else. Unfortunately, when we took over the properties, we didn't know about them. And again, we have just 500 homes in West Palm Beach County so we had to basically put all of our resources in, get everything approved, comply with permits, and as we all know, that each city and municipality is different, so it took us a while to wrap our hands around it. And as you can see with the list of just these properties owned by this entity, that we've taken care of them, and we're doing our best to get to know all the code enforcement officers and work with them so that we can make everything run smoother next time. It was kind of a learning curve. We were brand new in Miami, and we didn't know how everything worked down here.
Okay. All right, thank you. So in this case, we have a 2019 case. The lien is $17,200. Based on the testimony that I've heard, I think the appropriate relief in this case is to reduce the lien to $5,000, and I'll do that. Can you pay that within 30 days?
Can we have till 60 days?
I can give you 60, certainly. 60 days. Okay. Thank you very much.
Other matter number 8, case number CE 18080092, case address 911 42nd Street, and same owner, case number 9, CE 19050193, different address, 971 42nd Street.
Take those together.
Please, sir.
Yes.
You're gonna have to help me with that.
Good afternoon, ladies.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
First one, case ending in 092-911 42nd Street, date ordered 9/19 of 18, fine started 10/22 of 18, ran for 30 days, total $3,000, $100 a day, date of compliance 11/21 of 18. Same owner, city asking for 50%. Second one is case ending in 193 for 971 42nd Street. Date ordered 6/5 of 19, fine started 6/17 of 19, ran for 157 days, total $23,550, $150 a day, date of compliance 11/21 of 19. Same owner, city asking for 50%. And for the rest of the background, magistrate, as stated earlier, the biggest problem we have in this city with code enforcement is rental properties. What we have here is an owner that's debated with code enforcement every time she's been cited for the last 20 years for a total of 85 cases on her 10 properties in West Palm Beach. To top that off, if she gets cited, her response is to claim bias and basically become abusive towards our code officers. And I just don't have the tolerance for that. I'm going to enter evidence a letter that she wrote to the mayor claiming bias on the part of this hardworking code officer and insisting she be removed.
All right, for the record, I'm looking at a letter stamped or received by the city on August 13th of 2020 from Sarah Hudson to Mayor James regarding code enforcement officer removal. Are you familiar with this letter, ma'am?
Did you write, are you familiar with the letter that you wrote, that you have a right to write to the mayor? Are you familiar, yes or no?
Yes. I didn't write the letter to the mayor.
Ma'am, if I could ask you, when you speak, to speak into the microphone?
What did he say? What did he say?
Okay.
He said, are you familiar about the letter that you wrote to the mayor? That you have a right to write?
I didn't write the letter to the mayor because I didn't know whose jurisdiction this was, and I was trying to work with the code enforcement lady to try to resolve this so that I would not get a lien placed on my property. But I didn't realize that I had not met the time element, and I didn't know these liens were placed on my property until I was trying to sell one of my properties. Then I saw that the lien, but I'm wondering if I should have gone to a hearing with the county or the city before the liens were placed. I never went to the hearing before the liens were placed, so therefore I did not know that the liens were placed on my property. And I'm trying to figure out why I didn't know it. And I was not notified that there was a hearing
the process is supposed to be that there's a hearing before they place a lien on your property. And I wasn't given that opportunity, and I don't understand why, if I am correct in thinking that I should have been able to come and find out what was going on. Because when I walked with Miss Clark, she showed me what I was supposed to do, and I did it within, I thought, the allotted time, and I didn't think that, I thought I had complied, but I see now that I had not complied. But I walk these properties every other day, and yes, 9/11 those were true, but I tried to straighten them up, and I did straighten them up to the best of my recollection in time so that I wouldn't get a lien, because I know that if I didn't do it, I was going to get a lien, and I don't have the money to pay for liens. It's easier for me to keep up my properties, and I have 9 properties in that area, and I walk those properties, but something always slips through. If you walk your properties, you're always going to get people who are not going to do what they're supposed to do. Now, that's 9/11. 9721 42nd Street was a place where I had let this family move in. I didn't know that he was going to run a business out of he was running like a car repair business out of my property. I filed an eviction notice on him. He wouldn't clean it up. I went there, tried to clean it up. He told me that if I came on his property and aggravated him anymore, he was going to shoot me. So I went to the police department, and they said, well, did he shoot you? I said, no. They said to me, well, we can't do anything about what he says if he didn't do anything to you. Did he put his hands on you? No. I said, but I have to take care of my properties because he has threatened the life of me, my children who come there to do the yards, and the code enforcement officer. I filed an eviction, but the eviction didn't go by fast enough, and I continually had to try to go by there to see if there was anything we could do. Well, finally, he said, don't come back here anymore. So I talked with his wife, and I said, if you would take your security deposit back and leave, I will give it to you today. Please leave. And that was the way I was able to get, because the eviction process was so slow that I was afraid that he was either going to shoot me or the code enforcement officer, and it wasn't worth it. So I said, okay, I'll give you your money back, just leave. So he left, but he left all of the cars and everything. We had to try to make arrangements to clean up the area. But I did, but I guess I didn't do it in the time that I should have done it in. I was working on it, but I didn't know that the officer had not gone to court and said that I was trying to comply, or I don't even know if that's the process. But I know that I did everything that I could to try to keep from getting here. I've been here before, and I did not want any liens on my property. And I take care of these properties myself. So I know that some of these were right, but I guess I just did not go through the process. And what I'm asking you to do is to take consideration that at 9/7/1, that was completely out of my control. I begged, I pleaded, I went there every day, and I tried to get that guy to just do the right thing. And then when he threatened the officer's life, I knew that he was serious. So I didn't go back there anymore.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me come back to the city.
Just before he starts, ma'am, you didn't put your name on the record. Just to be clear, could you do that now?
Mama, say your name. Say your name. Just say your name. Say your name. Huh? Say your name. Say yes. Say your name. Oh, Sarah Hudson.
Thank you,
ma'am. Go ahead, Mr. Posner.
Okay, to backtrack to where I was, plus account for everything we just heard. The city definitely appreciates the civility we hear today. It's not what I got on the phone call that preceded that letter to the mayor's office demanding the biased officer be replaced for daring to put a lien on her property. The walkthroughs on the property occurred because she received a notice of violation, which of course had the hearing date. At no time did the officer tell her the cases were complied. And now she just testified that both owners threatened their lives, but you'll hear from Officer Clark in a little bit. That only happened on one of the properties with the $3,000 lien, 911 42nd Street. After explaining to her that Officer Clark is not targeting anyone and simply doing her job, she then took that to the code manager, who also informed her of that, and that's when the letter to the mayor occurred, insisting the bias officer be removed. Now, as far as the properties go and Officer Clark is concerned, for these two properties owned since January 16th and July of 2006, one was cited 7 times, one was cited 16 times, only 4 times each by Officer Clark. Officer Clark cited the first case on either of these properties, August 3rd of, I don't have the year here, 2018. August 3rd of 2018, and has cited over 400 other cases in that time frame. There's no targeting, there's no bias. This is simply the city and the officers doing the job they're supposed to do. And again, 85 cases on her 10 properties in this city over the last 20 years. Now, Officer Clark can testify as to what happened at the inspections.
Good morning, Magistrate Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach, Code Compliance. Initially, when 911 42nd Street was cited, it was cited for rental tax. So the issue with that property is, at the time, the property had a rental tax for 1 unit. However, there were 3 tenants. I did meet the property owner at the property. We did walk the property. There's a dividing section in the rear, which is not included in the rental tax. And we did discuss that section had to be removed, or Ms. Hudson would need to apply for a permit. Excuse me. However, that wasn't completed within that time frame. She did contact the zoning department, and that was explained as well. That wasn't completed. She didn't apply for the permit, and that's the reason why the fines did start, because there was a third tenant with no rental tax.
Okay. I have a question for you, Ms. Clark. You were present for Ms. Hudson's testimony a few minutes ago.
Yes.
She testified that she believed that you were in fear for your safety based on the behavior of the tenant during the eviction process. Can you tell me about that? Is that in fact the case, or is that not in fact?
I haven't had that experience with her tenant. I was at another property, and a gentleman that does not live at that property did approach me stating that I cited his friend, but I never had like a interaction with the actual tenant. So I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I wasn't approached by her tenant.
They were not threatened with being shot?
No.
And you're listed as the code officer on both of these underlying cases. So
Yes.
did you handle both of those cases?
Correct.
Okay.
So as it pertains to 911 42nd, she found out about the violation because we did meet at the property. We did a walkthrough. The property was in subpar condition. Like, it was really roach infested, really, it was unsanitary. So we walked it. I did point out to her what needed to be done to bring it up to code, and that wasn't done within the allotted time.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Clark. Let me come back to Ms. Hudson. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me, ma'am?
Can I just explain to her what kind of?
Yes, of course.
Okay, Ms. Mama, he said that you claimed there was a threat to you and Ms. Clark on both properties. He
No,
said that.
not-
I know, that's what I wanted you to clarify.
971.
971 was the only threat, and Ms. Clark said she did not experience that threat
At
from directly.
971.
Number 2. Number 3, the gentleman said that you only walked through the property with Ms. Clark. So you need to clarify that you don't just walk with Ms. Clark, you walk all the time. So that's three things.
That I did what? That I walked.
When you walk the property
Right.
to see what needs to be done,
And then I went back to property.
you don't do that with just Ms. Clark, that you do that often, once a week.
Well, I'm always over there because I have 9 properties over there. So I walk the property, but sometimes I do miss some things.
Okay, the other thing is, she referred to you having a roach-infested 9/11 situation when you first went through there with her, which she's referring to for 9/11, 42nd Street.
We have an exterminator. We have an exterminator over there. I didn't see any roaches. Maybe she did. But I have a guy that goes over there once a month to exterminate that. And if there was any roaches, the people that was there never told me because they never paid their rent for months and I had to evict them. So they didn't tell me they had roaches, and I didn't see the roaches, to tell you the truth, because I didn't even go in there.
Magistrate, may I add something else? So this, pertaining to 911 42nd Street, there has been like ongoing issues with that property, which building also cited the property for work without a permit, and that went on for almost a year. And Ms. Hudson was informed of what needed to be completed to bring the property into compliance in order for her to receive the rental tax. That was also part of the issue.
Okay, thank you. Any final comments, ma'am, based on what the city has told me and anything else you'd like to tell me?
Your Honor, I'm not sure what she said, but,
Talking here.
oh, I'm not sure what she said because I have a real problem with my hearing. But what I am saying is that I did the best that I could do to satisfy the violations before we got here. And I continue to do that. I walk those properties almost every day. And there are things that I may have missed, but it doesn't mean that I'm ignoring them. It means that I didn't see them or I just did not notice. However, I have these unruly tenants that are constantly doing stuff that would cause me to be here. And I manage my own properties. And yes, there are things that slip through the crack. But it's not my intention not to manage my properties. That's why I managed them and I didn't hire a manager. But at 83 years old, I'm missing a lot of stuff now. And I'm asking you to give me some consideration because I did not intentionally do any of this to violate anything. You know, I don't want any pity, I just want consideration.
And can she also speak to his accusation of the several 400, he said over 400 complaints over the past, 30 years? Can you speak to that?
Oh, those complaints were because I bought 4 properties that was in violation. And I had to go before your board to try to correct those violations. And that was a lot of the violations. But when you deal with properties since 1970, there's always going to be some little problems. And I do the best that I can, but I am asking you to give me the opportunity to reduce these fines so that so that I can pay them and get rid of the business. I'm out of the business. I can't do this anymore. I built it working 2 jobs and then building the business at the same time. But I'm 83. I can't do it anymore.
All right, thank you, ma'am, I appreciate it.
May I continue or rebut, sir?
Sure.
I understand what she's saying. She manages the property, but this is city contention that the city is managing the property with 85 cases on her 10 properties within the city. Now, we can't speak to her finances that she spoke of, but I do know she owns 10 properties in the city and a total of 17 properties in all of Palm Beach County. And just to clarify, the number 400 that we used was over 400 total cases for Natalie Clark, not 400 citations
Right.
for her
No, no,
properties.
yeah, thank you for clarifying that.
But
that's what
bottom line is the city is doing most of the management here, and the response from the property owner has been, it's the tenant's fault and the officer's biased.
And I would like to have her respond to him saying that the city is doing the management of your properties, not you.
All right, so this is final comment, because I'm ready to enter my order in this case. Go ahead, final comment.
I've always managed my properties, but I would like to respectfully request a copy of the 400 infractions.
So I don't think you heard correctly. Mr. Posner's testimony was that in total, in that period of time, Ms. Clark handled 400 cases. They weren't, only a couple of them were yours. His point was she handles hundreds of cases on hundreds of properties besides yours.
That was my misunderstanding.
That was
Okay,
the point.
I'm sorry.
He did
I
not say
apologize.
that, yeah, and so let's be very clear, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I took the testimony.
Yes, that's what I just tried to clarify a moment ago.
Thank you. All right. So we have two cases here. We have a 2018 case with a $3,000 lien and a 2019 case with a $23,550 lien. I have heard all the testimony. I've reviewed the documents in the record. When you choose to be a landlord, then the cost of the part of doing that business is controlling your property and controlling your tenants. The city shouldn't have to bring multiple code enforcement cases over and over because, and if you can't control, if you choose to own 10 properties and you can't control them all, then code enforcement tends to be one of the consequences. So I have little sympathy for a landlord that can't control their property. Based on everything I've heard, including the city's recommendations, I am in this case, in the case ending in 092, the lien is $3,000. I will agree to reduce that to $1,000. In the case ending in 193, the lien is $23,550. I will agree to reduce that to $11,000. I think those are the appropriate numbers, and they may not be as big a reduction as I've granted in other cases, but I've truly heard very little that besides the fact that you've chosen to be a landlord and you're not keeping control of your tenants. So the total is $12,000, $1,000 on the one case, $11,000 on the other case. How much time do you need to pay that?
The maximum.
Beg your pardon?
Maximum time.
I'll give you 9 months is what I'm willing to give you, so 9 months for both.
Magistrate, can the city ask it be a year? We've gone that far before.
I beg your pardon?
Can the city ask that it be a year? We've gone that far before.
No objection, well, 12 months.
12 months.
Okay. Thank
I'm
you
sorry,
very
what was
much.
it- What was the time allotment?
12 months, 1 year.
Okay. Okay.
May I address you, Your Honor?
Very briefly, I have a lot of other cases this morning still. I've already ruled.
If I feel that violation and infraction at 971 was out of my control, do I have any recourse at all?
Ma'am, I'm not, it's not appropriate for me to
I
give
would
you
have to
legal.
speak with an attorney, right?
It's not appropriate for me to give you that kind of advice. You're welcome to speak to an attorney or any other person that you feel is appropriate.
All right, okay. Thank you.
Other matter number 2, case number CE 19050495, case address 1401 Village Boulevard, Unit 314.
afternoon, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Posey.
Case ending in 495, 1401 Village Boulevard, number 314. Date ordered 10/2 of 19. Fine started 11/4 of 19. Ran for 462 days. Total 92,400. $200 a day. Date of compliance 2/8 of 21. Same owner. This is the only case under their ownership. So the city's only asking for 30% on this one. The only mitigating circumstances they outlined was that they didn't receive it, but we've already verified it was sent to the correct Papa address. Only other noteworthy fact is it's currently under contract for $97,000.
Thank you. Yes, sir, if you can tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the request.
Yes, good morning. Well, actually, good afternoon. My name is Arnold Betancourt. I'm here for 1401 Village Boulevard, Unit 30314. Yeah, we do manage this property. Everything is fine.
If I can get you a little closer to the microphone, that'll help me hear you better.
Everything is fine with the property. Apparently, it was a clerical error. We failed to update the address that we changed many years ago. So apparently, the notice were going there. We did know about this. We started selling the property, and then as when this happened, February the 1st, we got the notice about this lien. By February the 4th, we actually submit all the paperwork and pay the $270 that we were supposed to pay. And inspection was done to the property, everything was fine. And by February 24th, we got our rental license. I understood it's our error. I'm not running away with the responsibility, but $93,000 is way bigger number than was anticipated to pay.
Very expensive clerical error.
Oh, yes. Okay. So we are ready to settle this in around $1,000 if it's okay for the city to go that way.
All right, thank you, sir. Anything further from the city?
Nothing further, sir.
All right. So in this case, we have a $92,400 lien. This was because of a rental license and certificate of use that were not obtained appropriately. It is important, and I appreciate the city's acknowledgement, this is the only case on this property.
Yeah, we manage several properties, and I guess this one, we lost track of updating this, and we also updated that already to our new address.
Yeah. All right, well, given everything I've heard in the circumstances, I'm going to agree to reduce this to $9,000. How long will it take you to pay that?
Ooh.
Well, that's basically a 90% reduction. It's a little more than 90%.
I'm telling you this is going out of my pocket, not even the owner's pocket.
I can give you up to 12 months.
Now, I'm ready to pay that next week. We found about this because we were the owner was trying to sell the property. That's the only reason we came into, we were aware of this situation.
No, I understand, and I'm taking all that into consideration. I mean, the city's recommendation is that I only reduce it to like $28,000. I'm reducing it to much less than even the city's recommendation in this case. So that, I think, is the appropriate number, and I'm willing to give you as much time as you reasonably need. Why don't you just put 12 months on the order? That's pretty much the ceiling on that. So
let me ask you this. Okay, if I pay that over the next year, did my owner is going to be able to actually sell the property? Or the lien will be
The lien will be,
gone
the order that I will sign says the lien is reduced to $9,000 as long as it's paid within the next 12 months.
Okay, but then my owner will not be able to sell that one until the lien is actually paid in full.
Well, there's nothing preventing it from being paid tomorrow in full. I'm simply affording the opportunity to stretch that out as long as you need. That's my order in this case. I mean, I'm not going to debate it. That's what I'm willing to do.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Other matter number 7, case number CE 17080083, case address 426 27th Street.
Good afternoon, Stanley Vorsteg.
Hello, sir. Go ahead whenever you're ready, Mr. President.
Case ending in 083 426 27th Street, date ordered 9/6 of 17, fine started 10/7 of 17. Ran for 1,217 days. Total is $121,700, $100 a day. Date of compliance 2/5 of 21. This is the only case under their ownership. The only thing we have for a mitigating factor is the application stated he did rent it for a year, but then stopped, but we have no way to verify that it was stopped after a year. Given the size of the lien, instead of the normal 30%, the city's asking for 15%.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Go ahead and tell me your name and address, then you can tell me about the request.
Yes, sir. Stanley Vorsteg. Address is 426 27th Street. And to be quite honest with you, Your Honor, this is the first time I've heard the full amount of the lien. You know, I really have no excuse. I did provide a letter kind of explaining the situation. Do you have that? In my lien reduction request, I did provide a letter stating basically the line of events without giving my full life story, but I ran onto financial hardship after buying the home. The person I was with, you know, basically, long story short, they were arrested for domestic violence. My real estate business fell apart. I had to move in with my mom who had lupus. I rented the house out for a year. About a year later, I got my feet back under me, you know, basically moved back into the home. And now just refinancing during COVID to find out, you know, I had this lien outstanding on my home is a shock to me. You know, I'm not a landlord. I rented my home in duress, trying not to lose my home. So I'll be honest with you, even at 15%, 10%, 5%, this is going to indicate whether or not I need to sell the home. I can't afford, I make $500 a week, you know, selling doors. So, I mean, I've worked at Home Depot the past year, making $12.50 an hour. I just find this to be kind of shocking. To be honest with you, I'm ready to faint at this point. I can't afford that. And I'm trying to refinance my home during COVID to try to save myself $200 a month.
So you're just homeowner, rented the house on you. It's not, you're not.
This is the first time I ever owned a home. I was homeless, and I'm lucky to even have a roof over my head. And this is the first thing that I've owned of my own. I am shocked that the city would put a lien. I was never even made aware of this. I guess, you know, they did put notices on the door, but obviously I never received them, or I would have avoided a $120,000 lien on my home.
Okay. But my point is, you're not a management company.
No,
you're
not
not
at all.
managing
Absolutely
multiple
not.
rental properties.
Absolutely not. That is the one and only home where I live.
Okay.
And I've lived there since, I want to say 2017, end of 2017, beginning of 2018. I mean, I've had the power in my name. You can see it. I've had the utilities in my name. I'm not, you know, I'm not a landlord. I'm not anybody that's trying to, you know, skirt the rules. If I would have known this, I would have taken care of it and addressed it immediately. But considering the circumstances, you know, it was a rough time in my life. So
I understand. I appreciate it.
I'm not
Thank
making
you.
any excuses. I mean, just that's the facts.
Okay. Let me see if Mr. Posner has any additional comments I make on this one.
No, sir. As I said, there's only the one case, so there is no history to remark on.
So this is the only case, they're not attached to any other properties, this is sort of...
No other properties were involved. This one, at this point, is homesteaded. We have no reason to believe it's still rented at all, and it was the only time this property was cited under his ownership.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
No, sir, I appreciate your time, and Mr. Posner and everybody at the city has been great, but, this is a shock to me.
All right, well, and I appreciate what you told me, and, you're not in the same boat as some other folks that I've seen from time to time who are professional landlords who manage multiple properties, whether on their own or as a management company. So I take you at your word for that. I appreciate that. The city obviously had some expense in prosecuting these cases, and so I'm not going to reduce the lien to zero. But given what I've heard in this case, I will agree to reduce this to $2,500, which hopefully is a manageable amount. Then I can give you some time to pay that as well.
Can I just make one last statement? I mean, basically, the refinance on my house, I'm not going to be able to refinance my house because of the rate lock I received. So I locked a rate. It's been 90 days. I'm basically going to lose the refinance. So then I'm going to incur additional expenses for the life of the loan, $100,000, not to mention $200 additional expenses monthly. So I'll basically have to sell my house, because of the $2,500 fee. And I know that's fair compared to what I would have to pay. But considering what I make monthly, I wouldn't.
Would it make a difference if I
I
reduced it to $2,000?
Well, I understand.
I really can't go any less than that without considering the city's interest as well.
What I had requested was originally paying the rental, what the full rental amount would have been. I don't even know what the rental license would have cost. I would have gladly paid whatever it was before $2,500. It's going to take me 7 months to pay off $2,500. Not to mention I'm going to lose my house. I mean, this is the type of stuff. I could show you my bank accounts right now. I don't even have that amount of money in there to pay the
I don't need to
bills.
see your bank account. I mean, I'm reducing this to the level I'm reducing it to is in my view quite significant. I'm without. I mean, I'll ask
There's no
the city
additional relief that the
city has
court
any-
could give,
any-
considering the circumstances. There's no additional relief. It's got to.
Well,
I mean, the original fee and the original fine, or the original rental license fee. I mean, I wasn't even made aware of that.
the fact that I'm reducing a $121,700 lien to $2,000 should scream that I am considering the circumstances. But the fact of the matter is there are considerations on the city's side of the equation as well. I guarantee the city's not happy with my ruling either. That's really the best that's in my view, that is quite frankly beyond reasonable in this case, to reduce it to as I said, $2,000. I will make the order $2,000. I'll give you 9 months to pay that, but I just can't see clear to making a greater
appreciate
reduction
that.
than that without the
I would
city's-
just give a suggestion that in the future, the city makes a better effort at least contacting people, because I've lived there for the past, I want to say going on 3 years at this point. I've never received a letter in the mail. I've never received anything stating that I had a lien at all. And I would have gladly dealt with this before I was going through a refinance. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I would ask, is that they make a better attempt in the future. Maybe every 6 months, send a letter, make a phone call. That would
Well,
help.
I mean, when the case occurred, the city was required to provide notice, and at the time that the hearing would have been held, the magistrate would have reviewed the file and made a finding that proper notice was given. Under the law, you don't have to, the city has to send the notice properly. If you
Right.
don't get it, that's not fatal to the city proceeding with the case.
And legal would have sent the magistrate's final order and then the order imposing the lien to the registered address as well.
So,
Understood.
I mean, I will enter an order to reduce this to $2,000 payable within 9 months. That is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Other matter number 4, case number CE16090655, case address 1624 44th Street.
Good afternoon, sir. Go ahead whenever you're ready, Mr. Posner.
Case ending in 655, 1624 44th Street, date order 11/2 of 16, fine started 2/1 of 17. Ran for 1,464 days, total $146,400, $100 a day, date of compliance 2/4 of 21. It's the same owner, cited 6 times under their ownership. Mitigation is financial difficulties. Also, the application stated that it was complied, but actually this was still accruing at the time of the application. It didn't get complied until the lien reduction process itself. Also, it's that they advised they did not contact us to let us know it was complied at the time. So until the application came in, we hadn't done a compliance check at that point. The city's asking for, based on the size of the lien, instead of 30%, the city's asking for 15%, 1-5.
How many other cases did you say were attached to this
6.
property? 6?
6.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Please tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the request for the reduction.
My name is Evanson Saint-Ville, 1624 44th Street.
Go ahead.
I'm here representing my parents. My mom's here. You can come, Mom. They've been living in this property since 1999. They never owned any other property. In last few years, their physical ability has been changed. I used to live with them. I moved to a different state. And since 2013, it's been a challenge for them to take care of the property. And when they received the letter for the roof back in 2016, we did get it repaired. They have some furniture in outside, waiting to put out for disposal. They were there for a while before we didn't know how to get rid of them. But when they received the code from the city, we did take care of them. But unfortunately, they never let the city know that it was done. Not until 2019, December 2019, because their physical ability has changed. My father-in-law is not able to see to mow the lawn, so we tried to sell the property and find out there was a lien on it. And at that time, I find out who was the code officer. Been exchanging email, find out what was wrong with it. Then been working with them and make those change. The number on the address was not there, which we're not aware of that. Everything has been changed. The fact that my parents has no income right now. She's in dialysis right now, and her husband can't barely see, and that's why we're trying to sell the property so they can move to a senior living. And anything that you charge today will be very, very difficult and challenging for them to pay. I'm just helping them. I have to come from a different state to come here today just to help them. So I'm not gonna ask you for a number, but anything that you ask them for to pay today will be very, very challenging for them because they do not have any income. They're living on Social Security, and very challenging for them right now.
All right. Thank you, sir. Any response, Mr. Posner?
Well, the city certainly can't comment on their personal circumstances. We wouldn't have any knowledge of that. But as far as compliance goes, it's certainly possible they complied it sooner and simply forgot to contact us. There's just no way for us to verify it to backdate compliance.
Understood.
If I may have one
Yes,
more
sir.
thing.
Go ahead.
And it's because they may have received a letter from the city, but due to language barriers, I don't live with them anymore, and they may receive the letter, they didn't understand it, they didn't know how to update with the city. So that's the reason they are where they are right now. So.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So in this case, we have a lien of $146,400 from a 2016 case. Based on the testimony that I've heard from both the city and the respondent, considering the property appraiser's valuation of the property as well as the prior history on this property, I will agree to reduce that lien to $9,000. How long will it take you to pay that? Can you do that in 9 months?
Can you give me a second?
Sure.
This has become a shock to my mom. Just saying that you have to pay that much. Is there any other possibility that it can be reduced?
I can give you up to 12 months to pay it, but I mean, I'm reducing almost $146,000 down to less than 10% of that to $9,000, and I can stretch that over 12 months to pay it. In all fairness, I think that's the appropriate amount based on what I've heard and what's been given to me at this hearing.
Okay.
Let's say 12 months.
Other matter number 10, case number CE 18030044, case address 922 Fifth Street.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Posner.
Case ending in 044 922 Fifth Street, date ordered 4/18 of 18, fine started 5/18 of 18. Ran for 70 days, total $7,000. Fine was $100 a day. Date of compliance 7/27 of 18. Property cited 4 times under that ownership, same owner. As near as we understand, the only reason we have a lien reduction in at this point is due to refinancing. Mitigating circumstance on the application is didn't receive notice. But we've already verified it was sent to the correct PAPA address, which is actually the same PAPA address that's on there now. And he had contact with the case officer, but chose to not attend the hearing. I can't, only he can explain why that would be. The city is asking for 30%.
This is a multifamily, this is an apartment building, or?
4 units, sir.
4 units, thank you. Yes, sir. Go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the request for the lien reduction.
My name is Franz Fortunate Realty, 922 Fifth Street. The issue is that I had a tenant at unit number 1, and all the letters when the violation started were going to that unit. I'm not sure for what reason. At the moment when I contacted the city, they told me that it was 60 days. The reason why I find out is because one of the tenants told me that he's getting my letters, but he's not giving them to me because he wasn't paying the rent. And at that time, it was already 60 days at $60,000. So I contacted the city, and they told me what to do to stop it, which I did. At day number 70, that's why we had $7,000. So I went ahead. I tried to remove the tenant at the time, and we had a hard time removing the tenant. So when he left, I took care of the violation and whatnot. And I never got the letter to say there was a hearing. That was in 2018. And ever since, I've applied, I believe 3 times. I paid the $200 fee. I paid the $35 for the inspection. I paid for the fire inspection. I've done all of that. Even as of recently, I've paid twice $35. I've done everything I can. The issue is not the violation. I understand the violation because they were leaving things on the property. I had some bad tenants, and that's beyond my control. Once the tenant were removed last year, which since February until October, I wasn't getting any rent at all because of COVID, and I could not remove them. If you look on the record, I did 4 evictions last year, 4 different tenants. At one point, I had no tenant. So what I did at the time, I could not pay the mortgage. I could not do anything. But I started the process once again for the 3rd or 4th time. I paid for it with no tenant. I repaired the property, got rid of the tenant. They left in a mess. I have pictures to show you what I did. I rocked up a bill for almost 30 grand to try and take care of the property inside and out. I have the receipt, I have the pictures before and after. And the property is in good standing as of today. And financially, I can't afford to pay the $7,000. Even a reduction of 30% or 70%, I can't afford that. I printed my statement for my personal and my business account yesterday, which shows only $900. Well, the funny thing about it, yesterday, I had to pay a $600 violation for trash and debris. I also had to pay a water bill for $200. So that's $800 out of $900. So I'm down to $100 today. And I have a copy of that right here. And like I said, I understand the violation, and that's not the issue, that I wasn't getting them for 60 days. I would have taken care, because it's very simple, just clean the property. So what I did was, I hired a friend of mine to take over the property for me once a week, make sure there's no trash, there's no violation, everything stays clean, the porch is clean. All the new leases that I have, as of this year, I have a stipulation and addendum to say that you have to maintain the property, you have to water the plants. I've planted 9 trees ever since this year to make sure the property looks good. So therefore, if you're not in compliance, that's a cause for eviction. And they all sign it, and I have the 4 leases right now I can show you, where there's stipulation, you have to water the plants, keep the property clean, take out the trash, no issues.
All right, thank you, sir.
I have the pictures if you want to see them of what it was before and what it is now, and the repair that I had to do because of the whole COVID.
Let me come back to the city, then I'll come back to you in just a second.
Okay, property was cited on March 5th of 2018. He had contact with the case officer on March 6th of 2018, and then again on March 19th of 2018, advising the officer he needed more time. How he would be advising he needs more time without being aware that there's a case because he's not receiving anything, only he can answer that. The tenant would absolutely have access to the notices posted to the property, but they were mailed to the address listed in Riviera Beach. I have the original notice and the unclaimed certified mail sent to his address in Riviera Beach. We can't claim the mail for them.
All right, thank you. Okay, yes, sir. Tell me again what you wanted to show. Do you have some photographs you wanted to show me?
Yes, I have a photograph to show you, and I also have my bank statement from yesterday before the deduction of the $600 that I had to pay for the violation, and also the $214. So as of today, my account is below $100, and I have both receipts right here. And I have a copy of the pictures and stuff that I took.
I'm happy to look at the pictures. I will take your word for it on the bank account. I don't have any reason to doubt that you're not telling me the truth on that.
Okay, thank you.
I'll accept that. But if you want to show me some pictures, why don't you show them to Mr. Posner first, and then I'll take a look at them.
No objection, sir.
Okay. Okay.
I had to redo 3 other properties with no tenants in there because of COVID. They have left and they did not pay. They destroyed the property.
Can we keep these for the file, or do you need them back?
Yeah, you can keep that.
Okay.
And this is what it cost me to do all the repairs, $26,000.
Okay.
And I couldn't get them out. The first part of it is no payment of rent because of COVID. I couldn't do eviction.
Okay, right.
I did it just to kind of give a pressure to the tenant, but I know they were not going to move. So they all said, well, it's COVID, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
And they did not pay. So I did all 3 bathrooms in there. Only one property was okay. I did pest control for over $1,500.
Magistrate, if it's testimony,
Oh, yeah, I
can't
do
make
need to
out
get
any
you
of
back
it.
to the microphone so that the recording can pick you up, and everybody
My
can.
apology, Your Honor.
That's okay. Go ahead.
The picture that I'm showing you is basically showing what the property looked like when they left. as I said, from February until about August, I wasn't getting any rent at all. My mortgage was behind, which is still behind as of today. So what I'm trying to do is to do a rent and lock terms, refinance, so I can catch up on my mortgage. And that's because I wasn't getting rent for 8-9 months. When I tried to go to the court and I did 4 evictions back to back, I was told that there's a memorandum that you cannot evict any tenant. So I was stuck with the tenants for about 8-9 months. I tried to apply for a grant, I couldn't get any money, so I had to do that out of my pocket for over $26,000.
Okay, thank you very much. I've taken a look at all the photographs and all the documents that have been submitted. I see that the respondent put some effort into rehabilitating this after having the tenants that you testified about. I see the amount of money that was spent. I'm also comfortable that the original case was properly noticed, and I'm aware of the history on this property. Currently, we have a lien for $7,000. Based on everything that I've heard in this case, I'm going to reduce that to $900. How long will it take you to pay that? Can you do that in 60 days?
Are you able to cut it into half? I could do that probably in a month or two. Once I get payment for next month, I could pay that.
You know, let's put 90 days on the order. That'll give you 3 months to pay that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Can I get back a copy of the statement? Just go keep the pictures. Just give me the statement back.
Beg your pardon?
The statement. I'll give you the statement, the bank statement.
This?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. All right, I think that's it. All right, made it just under 1 o'clock. It's 12:59, and we stand adjourned.